Hello and welcome to this Spring Boot full course by MindMajix. If you are a Java developer, mastering Spring Boot is one of the best career moves you can make. Spring Boot simplifies Java development by removing all the boilerplate configurations, allowing you to build production-ready applications faster, easier with minimal code. Built on top of the powerful Spring framework, Spring Boot has become the go-to choice for building microservices, REST APIs, and enterprise-level applications. In fact, companies like Netflix, Amazon, and LinkedIn rely on Spring Boot to run large-scale high-performance systems that can serve millions of users every day. In this full course, we will take you from the basics to advanced concepts, including Spring Boot architecture, dependency injections, REST APIs, JPA, Hibernate integration, and microservices development, and more. Now let's talk about the career opportunities. In India, Spring Boot developers and backend engineers earn between 6 to 20 lakh rupees per annum, depending on experience and skills. According to the Glassdoor and Ambition Box, Spring Boot is one of the most in-demand Java frameworks used by the top IT companies and startups. And if you want to learn paid Spring Boot course with certification, then check out our course where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss any tutorials and courses from us. Now let's get started with our Spring Boot full course.
So as part of our Spring Boot course curriculum, in this video, I'm going to talk about Spring Boot introduction. As part of introduction, I'm going to talk about what is Spring Boot, features of Spring Boot, why do we need Spring Boot, Spring Boot market trend, model view controller workflow in Spring Boot. Let's begin. The first one is, what is Spring Boot? Spring Boot is basically one simple Spring module that provides RAD feature to the Spring framework. RAD means Rapid Application Development. I mean to say, whatever the applications we are implementing with the Spring, instead of Spring nowadays, most of the companies are using Spring Boot because Spring Boot takes very less time to implement application when compared to Spring. And some of the tutorials, they are trying to say Spring Boot is a framework. No, Spring Boot is not a framework. Spring Boot is one simple Spring module which simplifies the Spring application development. And one more point is, Spring Boot is built on top of the Spring framework. I mean to say, whatever the concept we are using as part of Spring application development, the same pattern we are following actually, but it provides some abstraction on Spring's framework. I mean to say, for example, for implementing Spring application, if we are trying to implement around 10 resources, but when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, there may be 3 or 4 resources are enough because there are many some auto configuration features and many other features are there which simplifies the Spring application development. Spring Boot provides an easier and faster way to set up, configure, and run both sample and web-based applications. Generally, what happens if it is a standalone application, we are just going to click on run button, right? If it is web application, we are trying to run that application with the help of server. But when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, either it may be standalone application, either it may be web application. We are just trying to run the application just like a standalone application. How simple it is, right? So what I mean to say, I'm just going to display one simple picture regarding Spring Boot. Spring Boot is nothing but Spring framework plus embedded HTTP server either Tomcat or Jetty. So Spring Boot is nothing but Spring framework which comes along with one embedded HTTP server. I mean to say, as part of Spring Boot, you no need to bother about server, and you no need to bother about XML configuration. So that's the reason a Spring framework plus embedded HTTP servers, there we need to detect XML bean configuration that is equal to Spring Boot. This is the one simple form of Spring Boot. Spring Boot is nothing but there is Spring framework, but only the facilities, the embedded HTTP servers will come automatically, and you no need to bother about XML beans configuration because it supports auto configuration feature. So when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, basically, as I already told you, Spring Boot is a simple Spring module. The type is Spring module. And Spring Boot introduced by the team name is Pivotal Team. I mean, the same team of Spring's team actually. Initial version of Spring Boot, which was released in the year 2014 as version name is 1.0 in the month of April. But now the current version, we are using 2.6.6, that is the stable version, but there may be 3.x also released into the market, but 2.6.6 is the stable version. That is released in the year 2022, I mean, so this year and the month April. Why most of the companies are preferred to implement their applications by using Spring Boot? Why they are not interested to implement their applications using Spring? Because there are some problems with Spring. What are the problems? The first problem is when we are implementing any Spring application, the first thing is we need to write lots of XML as part of configuration. As part of dependency injection, we need to write a lot of XML files. For example, if you are working with a Spring JDBC, then you need to write XML code, XML configuration related to your user defined bean, related to your data source bean, related to your JDBC template bean. So all the beans configurations are required. But when it comes to Spring Boot, as I already told you, you no need to bother about XML configuration because Spring Boot supports auto configuration feature. And one more drawback is the developers need to write a lot of code. Basically, we call it as boilerplate code, even though it is a simple task. To do the minimal task, the developer need to write a lot of code. And one more drawback is when you are implementing Spring application, if it is a web application, to test your Spring application, you need to set some server explicitly. Either it may be Tomcat, WebLogic, JBoss, Glassfish, whatever it may be, the server need to be integrated explicitly. But when it comes to Spring Boot, as I already told you, you no need to bother about HTTP server that comes, automatically. And one more point, one more drawback is developers manually define all the dependencies which are required for your Spring project in form.xml file. For example, if you are trying to work with Spring web application, there may be required of 8 to 10 dependencies. You need to focus on each and every dependency. In case if one dependency is missing, then you are unable to run your application. But in Spring Boot, so there is some feature starter form. So by using that, you can simplify the application development. There you just need to add only one dependency. You no need to bother about the remaining dependencies. That will come automatically. How simple it is, right? So why most of the companies are using Spring Boot? Because as I already told you, there are many features in Spring Boot. So among those features, actually, here I highlighted some of the features in Spring Boot. That is, the first one is easy to implement a Spring application. As I already told you, when it comes to Spring point of view, even though for a minimal task, we need to write a lot of boilerplate code and we need to write a lot of XML configuration. But when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, there are many tools are there to create Spring Boot application and very less resources are required to implement Spring Boot application. And the development time also very less to implement Spring Boot application. As part of productivity also, uh, the productivity is more when compared to Spring applications. A Spring Boot also used it to implement Spring applications, but in a simple manner, in an AC way. And one more feature is, as I already told you, Spring Boot comes with embedded HTTP servers. I mean to say, you no need to bother about any web server. You no need to integrate any web server to your IDE. So that will come automatically. Basically, Spring Boot comes with the Tomcat or Jetty as an embedded servers. And one more feature is, as I already told you, a starter form actually. What is mean by a starter form? When you are implementing Spring application, there you need to add a lot of dependencies in your form.xml file. Am I right on that? For example, as I already told you, when you are trying to implement any a Spring MVC based REST application which supports the JSON format in embedded Tomcat, then you can create at least 8 to 10 dependencies in your Marvin form.xml file. For example, Spring core.jar, Spring MVC.jar, Jackson.jar, Tomcat jar file, etc. So this is, it's a little bit hectic process actually. We need to focus on all the dependencies. But what happened when it comes to Spring Boot? Spring Boot takes away all these pains and lets you write the code that matters. I mean to say, if your Spring Boot application is trying to work with Spring Web application, then you just need to add only one dependency, that is Spring Starter Web dependency. The remaining dependencies will come automatically. Okay. I mean to say, while auto configuration takes away the pain of configuring common functionalities, then the starter form take away pain by finding and adding common dependencies to your project. So in order to build a simple Spring MVC based REST application that supports Jackson and to run it in embedded container, you would at least need to add the following dependencies. Like as I already told you, Spring Core, Spring Web MVC, Jackson Database, Tomcat Embedded Core, Tomcat Embedded EL jar file, Tomcat Embedded Logging hyphen JUL jar file, all these jars. But by using Spring Boot starter form or starter dependency feature, you can get all of these by just adding only one dependency, that is Spring Boot starter web dependency in your form.xml file. So instead of adding all these dependencies and worrying about their compatible version, you just need to add only one. You don't need to worry about versions. You don't need to worry about all the required dependencies. You will also be more confident that tried and tested versions of libraries that you are using in your application development. And there you no need to be worried about compatibility or incompatibility issues in your Spring Boot application. Another benefit of the starter form feature is that you don't need to remember such dependencies. If you are building a web application, you can add a web starter. If you are building a JPA application, you could add the JPA starter by aggregating common dependencies and functionalities that Spring Boot has made easy to remember and use. I mean to say, in short, starter form or starter dependencies are awesome feature of Spring Boot that really helps to simplify Spring application development. It's like a close cousin of auto configuration feature, and we will frequently use them together actually. And one more feature is externalized configuration. So before the externalized configuration, we need to know a little bit about what exactly auto configuration feature in Spring Boot. So maybe as a developer, if you work with Spring-based Java web applications before, which connects to a relational database, for example, an in-memory database like H2. So then you may uh, know that you need to declare the JDBC template as a bean and also need to configure a data source, which is a dependency for the JDBC template. As I already told you, that when it comes to Spring to any database communication, there you need to write a lot of configurations in XML file regarding your user defined bean, regarding JDBC template bean, regarding data source bean, all the things you need to do it manually when you are implementing Spring application. But when it comes to Spring Boot, you no need to worry about the configuration. Okay, so that will become automatically with the help of one simple feature, that is auto configuration. Auto configuration methods comes into the picture. It detects the presence of certain a class in the class path and then automatically configures it for you. You don't need to configure it. For example, if you have added the JDBC template into your class path and the MySQL connected jar file, then Spring Boot can automatically configure an database configuration and JDBC template configuration. So which is ready to use actually. You don't need to write manual configuration code. Okay, so that will come automatically. So Spring Boot auto configuration makes more than 200 plus uh, such decision and automatically configures many functionalities by examining jar dependencies. For example, if you are working with JPA and Hibernate configurations, I mean related to application, then it can configure that as well. And if you have Spring security.jar file, that's enough. Only that jar file you just need to take it. Then it can even configure basic security to protect your application. Okay, but the auto configuration feature is by default disabled, and you need to enable it by using @ enable auto configuration annotation or at the rate Spring Boot application annotation on your Spring configuration class. But at the rate Spring Boot application annotations that will come automatically when you are working with Spring Boot 2 versions. Okay. And what about externalized config? For example, when you are working with MVC application and Spring Boot, if you want to provide the super and prefix information related to your JSP configuration, at that moment, you just need to pass the required configuration information from the application.properties file or application.yaml file. I mean to say, auto configuration will come up with almost all the configuration details automatically, even though if you want to provide any configuration information, then we call it as externalized configuration. To provide externalized configuration, you no need to write XML code. You no need to write any configuration information. You just need to write a simple information as key comma value pair in application.properties file or application.yaml file. How simple it is, right? And one more feature is Spring Boot CLI tool. What is CLI tool? CLI, the full form is Command Line Interface. The Spring Boot CLI is a command line interface that is provided by the Spring Boot framework, which allows you to create Spring-based web applications using the Ruby programming language or using Java development, okay, Kotlin, whatever it is. While Spring Boot aims to make Spring application development simpler and both benefit from each other's simplicity. While auto configuration and starter dependencies are an integral feature of Spring Boot, Spring CLI is an optional one. You also need to install Spring CLI in order to use it. So, for example, if you're wondering how those whole things work, for example, if you are working with a Spring Boot CLI that is going to detect any kind of annotations that is at the rate REST controller or at the rate request mapping or in use, and it knows which starter dependencies are required to add into class path to make it work. So this is called Spring Boot CLI tool. And there is one more feature also there to create Spring Boot application in a simple manner. So that is Spring Boot Initializer. Spring Initializer is another feature of Spring Boot that solves the problem with respect to project structure. It's a web application that allows you to generate using a Maven or Gradle projects with either Java, Kotlin, Groovy, or anything actually, etc. All you need to provide in the project metadata in GUI format. For example, name of your project, group of your project, group ID, certificate ID, etc. It also allows you to choose a starter dependency from a big list. For example, if you are working with web, if you are implementing Spring Boot web application, then you just need to add only one dependency, that is web dependency. Or if you're trying to work with any ORM tools, then you just need to add JPA dependency. Or in case if you want to provide any security, then you just need to add security starter dependency. The Spring Initializer project can be accessed using one simple link, that is https start.spring.io. Once you create a project, you just need to download the project as a zip file and then open it into any IDE like either Eclipse or IntelliJ, any IDE. You can then edit the sample project to use with your code. Okay. So through Maven or Gradle, IntelliJ IDE, and Eclipse help to give you a basic structure, but you still need to be proficient on those two skills to get a head start. And if you're not familiar with Maven or your IDE, it can be some nightmare. Spring Boot initializes solves this problem and makes it easy to create a Spring-based Java application without really knowing about a lot of internal details of Spring framework. Okay. And one more important feature is Spring Boot Actuator. What is mean by Spring Boot Actuator? Basically, Spring Boot Actuator will help you to monitor your Spring Boot application. Okay? Spring Boot application. So the Actuator is another awesome feature of Spring Boot that allows seeing what's going on inside a running Spring Boot application with all its goodness of auto configuration. There comes a risk of not knowing what is inside your application, and that risk is addressed by the Spring Actuator. It provides a lot of insight and metrics about your running application in production. For example, by using Actuator, you can find out exactly which beans are configured in the application context and what are auto configuration decision made, what environment variables, what system properties, what command line arguments are available to an application, and many more. You can even get a trace of HTTP requests that is handled by your application along with various useful application matrices. For example, what is the CPU and memory uses, garbage collection details, web request, and data source uses, all these things. Spring Boot Actuator also provides several endpoints to retrieve the data. For example, you can get all this using RESTful APIs, or you can use its remote shell feature to securely go inside the application and get all the information by issuing commands. It also exposes all this functionality using JMX mbeans, which means you can control them by running using a JMX client like a JConsole. At the same time, you also need to secure access to Actuator endpoints because it not only exposes confidential information, but also it's dangerous, right? For example, anyone can start your application by using /shutdown endpoint. Then through you don't need to worry. Like any other Spring application, you can use Spring security to protect Actuator endpoints. Okay, so these are the features. I hope you are clear with all these features. And after that, I'm just going to focus on why do we need Spring Boot? Why do we need Spring Boot? Because there are many features in Spring Boot. There are many problems when you are implementing Spring application. Why do we Node is nothing but we need it to simplify the Spring application development. When we are implementing Spring application, then we need to learn all the Spring framework and supporting libraries, even though it is a small task actually. So I mean to say learning of all Spring framework and supporting libraries is very typical. As I already told you, even if you are implementing Spring web application, there Spring web with some REST API, There you need to add around 8 to 10 dependencies actually. And you need to remember all those dependencies. You need to get it. And you need to write all the configuration information that is required for your application development. And one more point is, Spring Boot is nothing but an abstraction over Spring. Because the reason is, you don't need to worry about all these configuration information, all these libraries information, dependencies related information. You can simply simplify all the application development, a Spring application development by using Spring Boot, because Spring Boot is nothing but an abstraction over Spring. And one more point is reduce the effort of the uh, developer. So what happened obviously, if you, as a developer, if you don't need to write a lot of configuration information, we don't need to bother about many dependencies. We don't need to remember those names, right? We are just going to add the started dependency. That's enough actually. So even though when you are implementing any such a larger application also actually, there we just need to add only the starter dependencies. There you no need to worry about all the dependencies names. You just need to add only starter dependency. Then that will add the remaining supported dependencies automatically. How simple it is, right? And development time is very less because we no need to write any configuration. We no need to add all the dependencies. We no need to waste our time. As a developer, we just need to add only started props. Then what happens? Obviously, our application will take very less time actually. And one more point is no XML configuration is required. When it comes to application development, a Spring point of view, we need to write a lot of XML configuration. As I already told you, when you are working with a JDBC, a Spring application which is communicating with the database. For example, if there you want to use JDBC template, then you need to write a lot of configuration information in XML. That is your user-defined bean configuration, your JDBC template configuration, data source configuration. All these are required at XML. But when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, we don't need to write those XML configuration details. And one more point is it's easy to integrate any other Spring modules. Like you can easily apply AOP services, so middleware services. You can easily apply security, you can easily integrate with batch processing, etc. And one more point is no need to add so many Maven dependencies. As I already told you, so we just need to focus on starter dependencies. Only one dependency you just need to add. And you no need to remember those dependencies names also. There are many tools are there in Spring Boot which will help you to simplify the application development, which is help you to create the application development easily by just providing metadata information, right? So when it comes to Spring Boot market trends, nowadays Spring Boot is many where say Spring Boot is using by many applications. Many companies are using the Spring Boot, especially for their different application development, especially production grade Spring based application that you can run seamlessly. Recently, Spring Boot has become a popular framework for web application developers. Through it might not be the most popular development framework. As I already told you, Spring Boot is not a framework. Spring Boot is a simple module that we can simplify the Spring application development. For example, if it is Spring Web MVC, if you want to implement one Spring web application in Spring, there we just need to work with Spring Web module, right? Web MVC module. But we can simplify that one with the help of Spring Boot. So Why it is popular? Because as I already told you, it prides itself of an absolutely no code generation and no requirement of XML configuration. Okay, but we have seen some trends as part of Spring Boot. I'm just going to talk about those trends. The first one is when it comes to DevOps point of view. Well, we see the new trends like dev apps and that we can use it. I mean, DevOps side also we can use Spring Boot with all the attacks, vulnerability, and security features. So that is causing several issues around the different networks. So at that time, DevSecOps involves the integration of an uh, SL security network that figure out security issues and then incorporate the new technologies for keeping away all sorts of hazards. Am I right? Anna? There will also be more ways to build applications with tools available in continuous delivery and DevOps. And one more marketing trend strategy is Java 9 to 17 version. Any development team, okay, any development team using Java should think of putting their budget into learning Java itself. True, Java has not made any dramatic changes to the language since Java 8 actually, because say I mean to say Java from Java 8 onward there are many features were added, okay, into the Java. So there is a need growing forward to learn the little things about Java 9, Java 10, but now the current version is Java 17 to after, right? The future of Java is less about staying hip and more about laying the groundwork for unparalleled Java proficiency. And one more trend is a RESTful web services point of view. Generally, in RESTful web services, we are just going to implement some APIs, right? API, the full form is application programming interface. These APIs are already ruling the world of enterprise software. What new trends do we expect to see as far as the low code or no code pattern? We will see an easier way of developing web forms with fewer codes of fewer codes for professional developers and a no code drag and drop pattern that makes it easier for anyone with no previous coding knowledge to develop web application. Am I right or not? Nowadays, most of the trending is actually when anybody is trying to implement web application, most of the cases they are, say, attracting as part of implementing the application by just writing very less code or drag and drop features with all these scenarios, right? For that also, actually, what happened? We just need to implement it for some APIs already actually. Furthermore, APIs are moving beyond the two-way synchronous communication mechanism between a client and a server. I mean to say the point is, as part of implementing RESTful web services also, we are using Spring Boot. And one more trend is Spring Security 5.0. Spring Security 5.0 is on a big upward trend. And with the recent addition of new features, as well as support for Spring Framework 5, developers will have to learn and use its new features like as part of authentication login, reactive support, and modernized password encoding. All of these features are aimed at improving Spring security. Okay. And one more trend is Spring Boot 2. There is a steady improvement in the Spring Boot framework versions with the newest release including fixes like the name is CVE 2021 22060. This release includes 55 bug fixes, documentation improvements, and dependency upgrades. You can able to get more information in Spring blog, okay, related to Spring Boot version 2. As I already told you, now the current version we are using, that is Spring Boot 2.x, okay. And one more big trend is big data. In the future, definitely all the people, I mean, will need to understand big data in association with artificial intelligence, machine learning, am I right? And other technologies also. But their Spring Boot is an important framework for understanding and processing big data. An understanding of Spring Boot plus Spring Batch will be what developers and data analysts alike will need going forward. As from one of the survey, Spring Boot services, like those are the uh, best market trends actually that we are going to use it in many other market trends actually. Okay, and one more point is, I mean, one more concept is actually what is Spring Boot MVC project structure? How the MVC workflow is happening in Spring Boot? Yeah, I hope everyone are having idea about what happening in Spring MVC. Okay. So generally, Spring is a Java framework that is popularly used in making web applications, right? It has advanced over the past years and came up with added extension and functionalities. Though it is an in demand in the IT industry, some of its shortcomings are improved with the updated frameworks of Spring, that is Spring MVC and Spring Boot. Okay, so either you can, most of the companies are using some for some application development, a Spring MVC or Spring Boot, that they need to decide actually what exactly the preferred one actually based on their requirement. What is Spring MVC generally? Spring MVC is a Java framework that is used to build web-based applications. The MVC term signifies that it follows model, view, controller design pattern. Am I right, Chatra? So, Spring MVC is an integrated version of the Spring framework and model view controller. It has all the basic features of core Spring framework like dependency injection, inversion of control. The MVC pattern suggests the application different aspects like input logic, business logic, UI logic, while providing a loose coupling between these elements also. Here, what happened? The model part, the model layer is purely focused on the model layer contains the core data of the application. In general, they consist of a post applying old Java object, and the view is responsible for rendering the model's data, and it generates output, HTML output that the client's browser can interpret. The controller contains the business logic of the application. Am I right? So generally in Spring MVC, the flow is actually the client system sends an HTTP request using a specific URL. Then what happened? There is some dispatcher servlet that is configured in the web.xml file. That dispatcher servlet receives the request that is coming from the client. So it then passes the request to a specific controller by finding it using handler mapping depending on the URL requested using either @request mapping annotation and @controller annotation. Spring MVC controller executes the business logic and then returns a logical view name and model to dispatcher servlet. So then dispatcher servlet consults view resolver until the actual view is determined for rendering the output. Dispatcher servlet contacts the chosen view like Excel, free marker, JSP with model data, and it renders the output depending on the model data written. So then the provided output is returned to the client in the form of a response. So this is what happening in the Spring MVC architecture, right? But here our focus is on Spring Boot. What is Spring Boot architecture? When it comes to Spring Boot, here what happened actually, it mainly focusing on uh, implementing either same kind of, say web application actually. Standalone application, web application, we can implement both. Okay. But when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, Spring Boot architecture, there are four layers or main layers in Spring Boot. Those are, the first one is presentation layer. This presentation layer consists of the front end part, and that can handle the HTTP request. So this request is then authenticated and transferred to the business layer. So now what the things are happening in the business layer? This business layer handles the business logic. It contains service classes and performs authentication and validation. And after that, it enters into persistence layer. It contains the storage logic that translates the business object to database rows. And one more last layer is database layer. So this layer performs the CRUD operations, that is create, read, update, delete operations. Okay. Spring Boot architecture is similar to Spring MVC, except that Spring Boot does not require DAO, data access object, or DAO implementation classes. The initial point of the Spring Boot application is, as I already told you, it contains one simple annotation in the main method, that is @Spring Boot application. In the main method, it scans all the components automatically that are present in the project by using @component scan annotation. It also configure the application automatically based on the dependencies added to the project by using @enable auto configuration annotation. But as I already told you, we no need to write these two annotations. Instead of these two annotations, it comes with only one single annotation, that is Spring Boot application. This Spring Boot application will automatically scan the required components. Okay. So when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, what happens generally, the browser, so the client makes the HTTP request. So this request goes to the controller layer. Okay. Controller layer. And after that, and the controller layer maps and it can handle the request. So then the request is passed to the service layer after the controller. As I already told you, the service layer where all the business logic is performed on the data that is mapped to JPA with model classes. Okay. After that, this service layer is automatic. It's going to integrate with repository or DAO layer. Okay. And once it integrate with the MySQL database, then it captures the required information. Okay, and it is going to display the information as a view page. As a result, a JSP page is returned to the user if that there is no error at code actually. But instead of the view point of view, most of the cases as part of Spring Boot, we are going to use time leaf templates actually. So this template engine is very important in Spring Boot application development. I mean to say, now you got the point, the differences between Spring MVC and Spring Boot MVC. Spring MVC is part of the Spring framework that helps in handling HTTP request and response. But Spring Boot is the extension of the Spring framework and provides a faster way to build applications. Spring MVC allows you to easily build fully functional Java web applications with the help of its ready-made components, and Spring Boot helps rapidly build production-ready applications. Spring Boot framework is also capable of embedding HTTP servers like Tomcat. Okay, in situation where more flexibility is required, it is advised to use Spring MVC as it allows you to make configurations according to your specific needs rather than Spring Boot. Unlike Spring MVC, Spring Boot is a tool that injects your functionality into the program without the some heavy task you don't no need to perform actually. You don't need to do it individually. So that's all about Spring MVC and Spring Boot. Okay. As I already told you, Spring MVC is nothing but it's a model view and controller based framework used to build web application. But when it comes to Spring Boot, Spring MVC is a framework to develop REST. I mean, most of the cases we are using Spring Boot to develop REST APIs. It is used to build standalone web Spring applications. Here, a lot of configuration is required, but when it comes to Spring Boot, handles the configuration automatically with its auto configuration feature. Every dependency needed to be specified separately for the features to run, but Spring Boot has the concept of starter, has the feature of starter, okay, starter form. Once it is added to the class path, it will bring all the dependencies needed for developing a web application. Spring MVC helps to develop application easily, but Spring Boot helps to develop the application easily and quickly with features like auto configuration and starters. So the time required for development is more as compared to Spring Boot because developers need to devote time for adding required dependencies. But what happens in Spring Boot? Spring Boot helps in reducing the development time as well as the dependency related task gets handled. So, and one more point is when it comes to Spring MVC, the productivity gets reduced since one needs to understand the dependency add-ons. But when it comes to Spring Boot, the development time is very less and obviously the productivity will be increased. Spring MVC requires a lot of manual configuration into the feature for jar packaging, but Spring Boot allows the embedded server to run the feature in a standalone manner. What is the difference between Spring and Spring Boot and how to create one simple Spring Boot project? I mean to say, how many ways are there to create Spring Boot application? How to work with Spring Boot CLI? How to work with Spring Initializer? How to work with Spring Tool Site? Along with this one, I'm going to talk about what are auto configurations, what is mean by starter forms, and what is the difference between Spring and Spring Boot and system requirements for Spring Boot application development. Let's begin. What is difference between Spring and Spring Boot? All of you, many companies are using Spring or Spring Boot to implement their applications, right? But nowadays, most of the companies are looking into Spring Boot to implement their applications because there are many features into Spring Boot. But as I already told you, so whether you are going to use Spring or Spring Boot, that depends on your application development. As I already told you, Spring is most of the cases we are going to use it in Java EE application, enterprise application development point of view. And Spring Boot is most of the cases we are using it to implement some RESTful services. So what are the benefits of Spring? There are many benefits using Spring because Spring can able to apply in all the layers of application development. Like for example, if you are implementing one MVC application, then you can apply Spring in model layer, Spring in view layer, Spring in controller layer. And Spring follows quite lightweight, considering it as POSO model. POSO is nothing but plain old Java object, and it allows loosely coupling and easy for testing. And Spring supports a declarative program. Spring supports configurations using XML or annotations. And Spring also supports some middleware services with the help of AOP, aspect oriented programming. But what are the differences? I mean, what are the features in Spring Boot? When it comes to Spring Boot point of view, you no need to worry about server. In case if you want to execute Spring application, then you need to arrange some external server. But when it comes to Spring Boot point of view, you no need to bother about any external server. Spring Boot comes with embedded server automatically. And to create Spring Boot project, there are many ways. Like you can able to create it by using Spring Initializer. It is one simple URL that we need to pass some metadata information to create Spring Boot project. Or you can able to use Spring Boot CLI command line interface to create Spring Boot project. And in Spring Boot, we no need to add lot of dependencies because Spring Boot supports opinionated starter dependencies. I mean to say there, instead of 8 to 10 jar files, we are just trying to pass only one jar file that is called starter dependency. So the remaining supported dependencies will come automatically. And Spring Boot supports auto configuration for Spring functionality. I mean, we no need to pass any XML code. We no need to write any annotations. Even though, I mean to say, instead of 3 or 4 annotations, we are just trying to pass only one annotation. So that is called auto configuration. A Spring Boot comes by default with configuration information, and Spring Boot contains Actuator, which is used to monitor your Spring Boot application in every context. And if you want to work with Spring Boot application, then these are the required uh, system requirements. The first one is build tool. You can able to create Spring Boot project using Maven, that is 3.5 plus, or Gradle you can able to use it. If you want to create Spring Boot project, so that should be support either, I mean, lot of containers. Like when it comes to servlet containers point of view, uh, that is supported Tomcat server, either Tomcat 9.0 or Tomcat 8 also you can able to use it, not a problem. But it by default comes, right? You no need to worry about any server integration because Spring Boot comes with embedded server. Either it may be Tomcat, either it may be Jetty, either it may be Aditto. And Tomcat 9.0, supported servlet version is 4.0. And when it comes to Java, so never mission, either you can able to work with 8 or 9 up to 17, whatever the version, there is no problem. And Spring Framework is 5.3. These are the minimum system requirements to implement your application. Now, I'm going to talk about different ways to create a Spring Boot process. As I already told you, there are mainly four ways to create Spring Boot project. One is directly you can create Spring Boot project as a Maven project, or you can able to create Spring Boot project using Spring Boot CLI, or you can able to create Spring Boot project using Spring Initializer, or you can able to create Spring Boot project using STS tool. I mean to say Spring Tool Suite. Okay. So here I'm going one by one. The first one is how to install and set up Spring Boot CLI. A CLI is basically command line interface. This command line interface will help you to create Spring Boot project. Okay. So if you want to work with Spring Boot CLI, the first step is you need to download the CLI tool from the official site of Spring Frame. Here I already mentioned the URL. You can go through with this URL and download the Spring Boot CLI. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this URL or click on this link. Copy this URL and open any browser. Okay. So from this link, I'm just going to focus on how to install Spring Boot CLI. Okay. See here. Installing the Spring Boot CLI. There are two procedures. The Spring Boot CLI command line interface is a command line tool that you can use to quickly prototype with Spring. It lets you run Groovy script, which means that you have to familiar Java-like syntax without so much boilerplate code. I mean to say, if you have any idea about Groovy, then you can create Groovy scripts and you can able to run those Groovy applications. But at present, we don't have any idea about Groovy, right? So that's the reason. Directly, I'm going to apply Java code itself. Okay. You do not need to use the CLI to work with Spring Boot, but it is a quick way to get a Spring application off the ground without an ID. I mean, by using ID, you don't need to create any project. So the prototype will come automatically. So there are one procedure, I mean, two procedures are there. Either you can able to create manual installation or installation with SDK man. So I'm just going to follow the first procedure, that is manual installation. So there you need to download the Spring CLI distribution from the Spring software repository. So you can click on this first link, that is Spring Boot CLI version 2.6.6 bin zip file. Okay. So distribution is nothing but you can get some zip file and you need to extract it. The first step is you need to click on this link. So see here, now the Spring Boot CLI is going to download in our machine. It takes some time. That depends on your internet speed. See here, it's going to download. It's around 13.6 MB, but I have already in my system, so that's the reason I cancelled it. Okay, so I already kept in Spring Boot related softwares into one folder, that is Spring Boot software, and this is the CLI, Spring Boot CLI 2.6.6. It's a zip file. So after getting the zip file, the second step is you need to, after downloading, you need to extract the zip file. And the third step is you need to create a Spring Boot project using one simple command, that is Spring init -d. The meaning is dependencies. You just need to add the related dependencies, and you need to take the related build tool. Here my intention is I just want to create the project with the help of Maven tool, and this is the Spring Boot project name, and with this simple command you can able to create Spring Boot project. And the last step is you just need to import your project in Eclipse IDE and try to execute. Okay, we already installed, we already downloaded a Spring Boot CLI in our machine successfully, right? So you just need to extract by just right clicking on that, and there is a option extract all. After extracting, you will get this type of folder, that is Spring Boot CLI 2.6.6 bin. So here you just need to set some path by just getting the path up to the bin folder actually. So better to copy this file, this path, and you just need to set the path. For that, you just need to right click and select the option properties, this PC, and just type system environment variables, or otherwise environment variables. Edit the environment variables and just click on environment variables, and you just need to choose the variable name, that is path, and click on edit button, and you need to set the Spring Boot path. Here you already set it. Okay, so the same way you also need to set, then only you can able to work with Spring Boot CLI. Okay, so this step also completed. So now the next step is we need to create project, right? So I'm just going to create project in Spring Boot location. So Spring Boot projects. Okay, so here I'm just going to create one simple project. For that, just try to open one command prompt, and here you just need to type, as I already told you, the command name is Spring init dependencies. The required dependencies or web dependency, and build. The build required build name is Maven, and our project name is Spring Boot Demo App. Okay, just click on enter button. Something is missing. Clear the screen and check whether Spring is working properly or not by just typing one simple command, that is Spring space version. Yeah, Spring CLI, the supported version is 2.6.6, and better to get the help of init command. Okay, so here you can able to get the list of help commands which will use it to work with. I want to create one simple Spring Boot project along with the dependencies. Then we just need to write one simple command, that is, yeah, see there, -d. So that is missing in our previous command. I'm just going to type it Spring init -d. The required dependency name is web, and -hyphen build. The required build is Maven, and our project name is Spring Boot Demo App. Just click on enter button. See here, it is going to create your project. By using the Spring Boot CLI command, you can able to create one simple Spring Boot project by just adding the required dependencies. Okay, and so it is going to download your. Uh, I mean to say, you can check in your location. See here, Spring Boot demo app is created with one folder, and this is the structure. As I already told you, the prototype is going to create with only one simple command. I'm just trying to open this project with the help of Eclipse IDE. For that, you just need to click on import option, existing Maven project, click on next, and choose the directory. So that is in E drive, and the location is this folder, and Spring Boot videos and video 3. This is the name of the project, right? Just click on OK button and click on finish. Can you please check it? So the project is successfully uploaded into our IDE, right? So here, can you please check the structure? So the required, dependencies for our application development, all are going to add into form.xml. There I just added only one dependency, that is web dependency. Can you please observe here, dependency? So that is the web dependency, and this unit test dependency will come automatically with the name Spring Boot starter test. Okay, starter test. Everything is perfect, right? And after that, can you please check it in SRC main Java? So here you can able to get the required code of your application. So that is at the rate Spring Boot application annotation, and our class name is demo application with some main method spring application dot run. Okay, as I already told you, Spring Boot comes with all the required Maven dependencies automatically, and it comes with embedded server, right? So for example, can you please check here? To be frank, we have not added all these dependencies, but it comes by default. See here, Log4j, Jakarta, Spring Boot auto configure, Spring Boot, starter web, starter, okay, Jackson, and can you please observe here, Tomcat embedded core, Tomcat embedded EL. So all these dependencies, the supported dependencies will come automatically. So you don't need to spend time to create application with the required dependencies. That is the great feature of Spring Boot application. Okay. So now what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to make one simple web application. So for that, what I need to do, I need to create one simple constructor, right? So in this SRC main Java, whatever the package is there, in that package, I'm just trying to create one simple class. The class name is, like for example, hello controller, and just click on finish button. And here we just need to pass one simple annotation, that is controller, and one simple annotation, that is request mapping. Request mapping. Okay. And now here I'm just trying to write some simple method, that is public string. Some method name is display method, and what my intention is, it need to display some simple information, that is uh, welcome to Spring Boot demo app. So need to import these two annotations by using these packages. One is Spring Framework.stereotype.controller, and one more is request mapping annotation. And here it is, the problem is spelling mistake. Yeah, written perfect. Everything is great, right? So now you no need to worry about this controller information. You no need to inform to dispatch servlet. You no need to write any descriptor file. You no need to write any Spring configuration file. You no need to take the support of any dispatch servlet. The controller information will be recognized by this application. Actually, you just need to run this application as a general standalone application. Then what happened, it automatically recognized Tomcat server, and after that it automatically recognized the controller class, and you can able to run your application. Okay, so if you want to return only this information, at that moment you need to write one simple annotation, that is response, what response by. Okay, so just import it. Everything is perfect. So now what I'm trying to do is better to check whether your movements are your dependencies are properly installed and it's working properly or not. So for that you just need to click on run as. Better to clean the Maven, check it what is the build status. So that is build success, right? So again I'm trying to install all the Maven dependencies. So by using Maven install, so here some error actually, because the error is in my system. The problem is actually with some Maven compiler is the problem. So better to add some required properties of for my Eclipse IDE. So for that, I'm just trying to get it the required information from form.xml. I just need only two properties. Okay, properties is not here. So better to get it from this application. These are the required dependencies for me. One is uh, Java version and other one is Maven plugin. Okay. So what's our current project? Our current project is Spring Boot demo app. So here just click on form.xml file and just add these two properties into the property section, because here I'm using Java Eclipse Neon. Okay, so maybe if you are using any other version, I'm not sure that the problem will come or not. Okay, so here I'm just trying to change the version as 8 and 1.8 and Maven jar. Okay, so now try to install Maven one more time. I'm going to say run as Maven install and check the status. Check the status. Yeah, see there. Your Spring Boot application is running properly, no issue. Okay, build is success. Build success. So now, what my intention is, I just want to execute my application, which is created right now, right? So for that, as I already told you, even though it is a web application, you can able to run it as a sample standalone application. Okay, so to run standalone application, generally we are just going to choose the option run as Java application, right? So see here what happening internally. See here, the Spring Boot is started, but the problem is the server failed to start on port number 8080. Don't worry, if this port is not working properly, then you can able to change the port number, right? How to change Tomcat port number? Very simple. So there are different sections in Spring Boot application. One is SRC main Java, and other one is SRC main resources. In this resources section, you just need to choose application dot properties file, which is used to pass some externalized configuration details. To be frank, we don't need to set any port number, but 8080 is not working in our application. At that moment, you can able to change the port number by just passing server dot port is equal to, okay, is equal to 2200 is the new port number. Just save the program, and after that, I'm just trying to run the application. So run as Java application. Can you please check here? You will get some message that is your application is started on port number 2200 and in 3.198 seconds. So if you want to execute your application, just open any browser and the URL is http://localhost. The port number is 2200, okay, and slash the request path is home, or what is the path? I forget actually. You just need to get it from hello controller and request mapping. Sorry, I forget to pass some path. So here I'm just trying to pass some test. Okay, save the program, stop the server, and start the server one more time by just running the application as a standalone application. Okay, everything is perfect. Just open the browser and type the URL, and the endpoint is /test. Just click on enter button. You will get this type of output. Welcome to Spring Boot demo app. How simple it is, right? We no need to bother about project prototype. So it will be created by default by just taking the support of Spring Boot CLI. Okay, and you just need to create some controller class, and you need to run your program as just general normal standalone application. Okay, this is the way to work with Spring Boot CLI. And after this, I'm going to focus on one more procedure to create Spring Boot process. So that is by using Spring Initializer. What is Spring Initializer and how to set up Spring Boot process? So Spring Initializer is basically a web-based tool that generates the Spring Boot project structure. Same as Spring Boot CLI, all of you. So you just need to open one web-based tool. I mean, by using one simple URL. So from that URL, you can able to create Spring Boot project by just passing some metadata information. I will show you what are the steps are required. The first step is you just need to specify on which build tool you are trying to create your application, either Maven or Grid. Obviously, we are just going to take the support of Maven, right? Step number 2 is Spring Boot version dependencies are added based on the version. Dependencies are required for the project. I mean to say, you need to add the required dependencies for your application development. Like if you want to work with web, you just need to add web dependency. If you are working with JPA, then you just need to add that dependency. And step number 3 is you just need to choose the language. Either you want to implement your application using Java or using Ruby or Kotlin. As you already told you, there are many ways to create Spring Boot project, and there are many languages support also there actually. But we are not familiar with Kotlin and Groovy, right? So that's the reason we are going to create Spring Boot project with Java language. And the last step is you just need to pass project metadata information, like what is your project name and what exactly you are looking at, the packaging like jar or var, okay, and package name, etc. Let's start with ID, sorry, with tool, okay. So for that, you just need to open one simple URL. So that is starter.spring.io. This is called Spring Initializer. Okay, everything is perfect. As I already told you, the first step is we just need to choose the build information, whether you want to create Maven project or Gradle project. I want to create Maven project only. And on which language you want to create Spring Boot project, Java, Kotlin, or Groovy. I want to create with only Java. And what the version? The Spring Boot version I'm expecting 2.6.6. And what is the group? Like for example, form dot Spring Boot demo. And the certificate name, I mean the name of the application is Spring Boot demo app 1, because already Spring Boot demo app is there in our IDE, right? So that's the reason I'm just trying to change the name. Everything is perfect. So if you want to pass any description, you can able to pass it. And uh, package name, if you want to continue with this name, you can keep it. Otherwise, uh, you can change the name as com.springboot.demo. That's enough. Okay. And packaging is what you are expecting, either jar or var. Okay. So I'm just trying to choose it as var file. And what is the version you are? I'm using only Java 8, so that's the reason here I choose Java 8. Everything is perfect, right? You just need to pass some information, just like MCQ questions. Okay. So after inserting all the information, you just need to click on one option, that is generate. Then see all of you in the bottom of your browser, your project is downloaded successfully as a zip file. You don't need to bother about prototype, right? So what you need to do is you just need to check it into the download section. So this is your application demo app 1. But from here, and better to keep this application in your Spring Boot projects. So Spring Boot projects, and the project name is Spring Boot Demo App 1. So what you need to do, you just need to extract it. Click on extract option. Perfect, right? So now just open your Eclipse IDE and minimize this current project and go to the file option and import the project, existing Maven project. Click on next option and choose the directory. So that is in E drive. Extract this E drive and you just need to choose the proper location, that is in this folder, and the subfolder name is Spring Boot and Spring Boot 3 and Spring Boot Demo App 1. All of you here, the problem is actually uh, the packaging name is Spring Boot Demo App 1. There you can able to get the exact project name. So two folders. One is the root folder, that is also with the name, same name, and the project name also with the same name. Better to choose exactly the project name. Okay, don't choose the root folder. Just click on OK and click on Finish button and check it now. Spring Boot demo app 1. See here, the structure is same as our previous application, right? Like here, Java resources is there, src main Java, src main resources, src test Java, libraries, and as well as form.xml. And yeah, this is the form.xml. But I forgot to add dependencies. That's the reason I'm just going to add, because if I want to make it as a web application, oh, by default come with one. Yeah, web no. So the dependency is only one dependency. One is related to Tomcat and other one is related to test. So if you want to make one simple web application, what you need to do, you need to add one more dependency, right? If you want to add it, just go to your existing application and get the dependency information. So like I want to make it as one simple web application. At that moment, just copy this dependency and paste it in your current application, that is demo app 1. Just save the program. Okay, and as I already told you, here I'm using Eclipse IDE Neon 3, Eclipse Neon. So that's the reason what I need to do in form.xml file. I need to add some extra properties, then only I can able to run my application. So that is, it supports Maven version, Maven plugin, that is 3.1. So the Java version is 1.8, no problem. But when it comes to Maven dependency, or I mean Maven plugin, the supported plugin, that I'm just trying to add Maven jar plugin 3.1.1. Just add here, save the program. Everything is perfect, right? Okay. So what you need to do is you just need to create one simple controller. So that is, see there, it comes with two applications. One is Spring Initializer and other one is Spring Boot app 1 application with a main method, right? So now what my intention is, I'm just trying to create some uh, controller class. For that, I'm just trying to create one simple class. The class name is like hello controller, and click on finish button. There you just need to work with only two annotations. One is controller annotation, and one more annotation is at the rate request mapping annotation. So like I just want to test this application by just passing test as the path, and the method name is public spring. Okay, uh, so display, this is the method name. Assume that any method you can able to take it. So return welcome to Spring Boot demo app 1. Okay, so just import these two required packages. One is controller and other one is request mapping. So here you just need to add one more annotation, because actually here I'm not trying to return our view to any view pages like JSP or HTML, whatever it may be. Here I'm not using any JSP. So that's the reason, or any template engine. So that's the reason if you want to display this string information in the as a response, then just you need to add one simple annotation, that is response body, and add the dependency. Sorry, package, everything is perfect, right? But here the problem is, so we just need to check whether the Marvin dependencies are added successfully or not. So for that, run as first clear the Maven and check the build status. So it present build success, right? And after that, I'm just trying to run as Maven install. Now check the status, build status. Perfect. We can able to see our Spring Boot information. Okay, so here also build is success. No issue in our application. So, but only problem is definitely will get some error into your Tomcat port number, right? So for that reason, better to change that port number. So for changing the port number, what you need to do is in the SRC main resources application dot properties here, you just need to write what we need to do. We need to add the server port number. So with anything, like I'm just trying to pass the port number as 2022. Okay, current year. So everything is perfect. Now I'm ready to run my application. Okay, so as I already told you, even though it is a web application, you can able to run this application as a general standalone application. For that, what you need to do, so wherever the main method is there, generally what happens, standalone applications will be able to run with the help of main method, right? So I'm just trying to run the application. So that is run as Java application and check the console. So see here, Spring Boot is running properly and your application started your Spring Boot demo 1 application with the port number 2022. So now what you need to do, you just need to check it by just typing the simple URL http:// localhost 2022 is the port number and the path is test. See here, you can able to see the information that is welcome to Spring Boot demo app 1. How simple it is, right? And one more procedure, simple procedure, so that is how to install and set up Spring Tool Suite. As I already told you, Spring Tool Suite is just like one IDE. You can able to work with that IDE to create Spring Boot process. So most of the real-time developers, I mean to say, they are just going to work with Spring Tool Suite to create Spring Boot applications. Here also very simple. You don't need to bother about Spring Boot project prototype. So what the steps we need to follow? The first step is you just need to download Spring Tool Suite from this following link. Okay, and there you just click on the platform which you are using. Okay, and second step is you need to extract the zip file and you need to install the STS ID. And third step is you need to Spring Tool Suite 3. There is some dialog box will be appear, that is launch button with some launch button. You just need to click on launch button, then automatically the Spring Tool Suite will begin. And after that, you just need you can able to create your project by just passing some metadata information. Okay, let's start how to implement this one. Plus, you first you need to open any browser. Okay, so here you just need to type Spring STS download. So in this first link, Tool Spring, you can able to get the current version of STS IDE, that is Spring Tool 4. You need to choose the required platform, like what you are using. I mean to say what the operating system you are using. Okay. In my case, Windows, then you just need to click on this option. As I already downloaded actually, so that you can able to see the information in G Drive. So I kept all the required softwares in one place, required softwares and Spring Boot software. So this is the ID, STS 4.14 release. Just double click on that. And can you please observe here, this is the uh, STS logo icon. Just you need to double click on that icon. Spring Tool Suite version 4 is going to start. And this is the default location actually. So default workspace. If you want, you can continue with that. Otherwise, if you want, you can change it. So what my requirement is, I just want to create the project in uh, G Drive, and this location, Spring Boot projects. So I just want to create in this location. So then this gets to create one more folder, Spring STS projects. Okay, just select this folder, click on launch button. Now STS is going to launch in our mission. It just takes some time. That depends on your internet bandwidth. See here. So it's successfully launched Spring Tools Suite. There are many options to create your project, like Java project, starter project, or import Spring getting started. I mean content, or you can able to create a project. You can able to import a project. But what my intention is, I just want to create one simple starter project, right? Because Spring Boot starter project. Okay? Just click on create new starter project. By default comes with this service URL. Okay, so ignore it, and you just need to keep some name of your project. So my project name is Spring Demo App 2, because I already created Spring Demo App and Spring Demo App 1, right? So you just need to choose the required build type, that is Maven, and the packaging is either jar or var. And the Java version, I just want to work with 8, and language is Java, same as Spring Initializer, right? And the group name is, instead of form.example, here I'm just trying to pass Spring form.spring boot, and certificate name is Spring Boot Demo App 2 version, and some description, demo project for Spring Boot. Okay, everything is perfect. You just need to click on next button, and after that, here you need to add the required dependencies of your application. Like I want to implement one simple Spring web application, so I just need to add uh, web Spring web module. Okay, Spring web module. So just click on next, and after that, click on finish. Wait for a few seconds. See, is there import getting started content 26% is completed. Okay, 79. Can you please observe this bottom of your STS IDE? Okay, with some progress bar. So, right, successfully created Spring Demo App 2. Okay, so form.xml file which contains dependencies. There I just added only one dependency, that is web dependency, right? And can you please observe here, the prototype is same or not? SRC main Java, SRC main resources, SRC test Java, everything is same, right? So servlet initializer, Spring Demo App 2 application. Okay. what my requirement is, I'm just trying to create some controller. So with by just creating one simple class and the class name hello and click on finish button. By just using two annotations, one is controller and other one is at the rate request mapping. There you just need to pass the path like test. And here I'm just trying to create some simple method that is public. The return type is string, play, return, welcome to Spring Boot demo app 2. Return spelling mistake, return. You just need to import these two packages. One is related to controller and one more is related to request mapping. Right? After this, um, everything is perfect. Now I'm just trying to run this application by just right click on this standalone application and run it as a normal standalone application, that is run as Java application. Remind me later. And see there, here also the problem is uh, 8080 is already in use. Maybe in my system 8080 is little bit in ideal mode actually, so better to change the server port number. But just click on src main resources application.properties, and here you just need to type server dot port number, that is with any port number, that is 2022. Okay, but I already used 2022 here, right? Better to start this application. We no need to work with this Eclipse ID right now, right? Because now we have STS ID with us, right? So just need to change the port number as server.port number, that is 2022. Now everything is perfect. So now I'm trying to run this application as a standalone application by just click on run as Java application and check the console properly. And all of you, can you please observe here? Now STS ID is successfully running with the port number 2022. So now what you need to do, you just need to open a browser and type one simple URL, that is http colon double slash localhost 2022 is the port number slash test slash test. I hope the port number is 2022 only. Yes, 2022 is the port number. And what about the request mapping? Yeah, here the problem is in hello controller. I forgot to display the response body because here I'm not passing with any uh, view information. Okay, so I just want to display this string information directly as a response. So that's the reason you just need to work with this annotation, that is response body annotation. If there is no view, okay. So now everything is perfect. Just stop your server and right click on your uh, application, that is wherever main method is there, and run as Java application and check it. The Spring Boot web application is going to start with the Tomcat port number 2022. So now 2022 slash test, and can you please check the output? Welcome to Spring Boot app 2. So we successfully created Spring Boot application with Spring CLI, Spring Initializer, Spring STS tool. And same way, if you want, you can able to create Spring Boot project with as a normal Maven application. Like first you need to create one simple Maven application, and after that you can able to add all the different required starter dependencies in form.xml. You can able to create add all Java code in SRC folder, and you can able to run it. But so what my suggestion is, in these four ways, better to use STS IDE, that because many real-time developers are following this scenario only. Okay, and after that, all of you, I'm just going to focus on uh, about starter farm. I hope this is very important concept in Spring Boot, because before Spring Boot was introduced, Spring developers used it to spend lot of time on dependency management. As I already told you, if you're not going to, if you're not going to use Spring Boot, if it is a Spring application, then you need to add all the required dependencies of your application. But when it comes to Spring Boot, you just need to add only starter dependency in form.xml file. That's the reason this concept name is starter form. Spring Boot starters were introduced to solve this problem so that developers can spend more time on actual code development rather than dependencies. Spring Boot starters are dependency descriptor that can be added under the dependency section in form.xml file. You just need to add starter dependencies. The remaining supported dependencies will going to add in the dependency section. Okay, I mean to say starter dependency. You just need to add it into the dependency in form.xml file. To be frank, there are around 50 plus Spring Boot starters are there, which is used for different Spring and related technologies. So these starters use all the dependencies under a single name. For example, if you want to work with Spring Data JPA for database access, you just need to include Spring boot data starter data JPA. How to create one simple Spring web application with Spring Boot and JPA. In our previous session, we created one simple Spring web application using Spring Boot only. But here my requirement is how to create one simple web application using both Spring Boot and JPA. So here I'm going to talk about what exactly JPA and how to define JPA entity, how to define repository and service, and how to communicate from Spring Boot to JPA, and how to perform all the operations, like all the CRUD operations, like create, read, update, delete, using Spring Boot and JPA. So let's begin with our first topic, that is what exactly JPA. JPA stands for Java Persistence API. So before going to know more information about JPA, so we need to recap our knowledge on ORM. ORM, the full form is Object Relational Mapping. So object relational mapping is simply the process of persisting any Java object directly into database table. Usually the name of the object being persisted becomes the name of the table, and each field within that object becomes a column. With the table setup, each row corresponds to a record in the application. So example for ORM is Hibernate. Okay. In short, JPA is the interface while Hibernate is the implementation. So generally what happens in Java Persistence API, it is used to provide a specification for persisting, reading, and managing data from your Java object to your relational tables in the database. I got, I mean, you got my point? JPA specifies set of rules and guidelines for developing interfaces that allow standards. I mean, simple point, straight to the point is JPA is just guidelines to implement ORM, and there is no underlying code for the implementation. Okay. So the main agenda of Spring Data, the goal of main Spring Data repository abstraction is to significantly reduce the amount of boilerplate code that is required to implement a data access layer for various persistent stores. Spring Data JPA is not a JPA provider. It is a library or framework, so that adds an extra layer or framework, extra layer of abstraction on the top of our JPA provider line Hibernate. Okay. So I mean to say how to define one simple entity using JPA. Very simple. If you want to define one simple entities in JPA, so that those are nothing but simple POJO classes. So these POJO classes are used to represent data that can be persisted into the data. An entity that represents a table that is stored in a database. So early, I mean to say, every instance of an entity that represents a row of the table. Okay. Let's have, for example, we have a POJO class named student. So here, student represent the data of, which represent the data of a student. Generally, what happened? We are going to maintain information of uh, student, like student ID, student name, student address. All these are the things. So, if you want to define this POJO class, the student class as an entity, you need to work with one simple annotation, that is @entity annotation. To be frank, all these are we already worked with in Hibernate, or when it comes to Spring with Hibernate communication. Okay, this is the already known story, but even though I'm just trying to elaborate it. Okay, so we must specify this annotation at the class level. Okay, so and after that, if you want to represent any column on, any primary key information, at that time we are just going to represent with one simple annotation, that is @ID annotation. So each JPA entity must have a primary key that uniquely identifies with the help of one simple annotation, that is @ID annotation. So that defines the primary key. And we can, and after that, if you want to specify the table information, so then we are just going to work with one simple annotation. The annotation name is @table. Okay, @table annotation. And last one is, if you want to represent the column, then we are going to use one simple annotation, that is @column annotation, to mention the details of a column in the table. How to define one simple repository and service? Very simple. The repository represents DAO layer, data accessing object layer, which typically does all the database operations. I mean to say, whatever code operation we are going to implement, okay, like create, read, update, delete. Okay. Thanks to Spring Data, because who provide the implementation for the methods. Okay. So our custom repository is going to extend from one more predefined interface, that's third repository. There we need to pass the information about our entity class as well as the ID type. So Spring Data's CRUD interface has already declared basic CRUD. That's the reason we are using this predefined interface. And to be frank, we can able to access the DAO from the controller, but even though for the best practices point of view, for more clean separation of code, we are going to use service layer actually. So we are going to use service object to the object perform all the access to the database. So here we know some information about how to create entity and how to define one simple repository and one simple service. Now our main agenda is how to create one simple application using Spring Boot and JPA. For that, only required components are you need to maintain one STS ID and MySQL database. Okay. So in MySQL database, you need to create one simple database that you are going to use in your process. Okay. And here I'm going to perform all the CRUD operations using Spring Boot and JPA. Okay. So here, I mean to say, we are going to add all the required dependencies in our project. Okay. So let's start our project implementation. Okay. For that, here my requirement is I just want to start the project with the help of one IDE, that is Spring Tool Suite IDE. Okay, STS ID. So this is the STS ID. So here my requirement is I want to create one simple Spring Boot application, right? So as we already told you, we just need to click on create new Spring Starter project. And here you need to specify the name of your project like Spring Boot, okay, Spring Boot, JPA, okay, JPA. And here I'm going to take the support of the build tool Maven, and packaging is jar type, and version Java version is 8, and language is Java, and group is I'm just going to specify com dot spring boot JPA. And the description is here I'm going to implement one simple demo project for Spring Boot with JPA, and the package name is com dot spring boot JPA. Perfect, right? So we just need to pass some this metadata information to create your project successfully. And after that, we need to pass the web module. So that is Spring Web. And after that, one more module, that is JPA module, that is Spring Data JPA module. And after that, one more dependency we need to pass, that is MySQL, because here my requirement is I want to communicate with MySQL database. Okay, so just click on next, and after that finish. So now check here. Can you please observe the bottom of your STS IDE? The project is going to started. Okay, so it takes some time to create the exact prototype. Wait for up to some time. Okay, so here project is created successfully with the proper prototype. Okay, so by default it comes with uh, one dependency, but we are added three more dependencies, right? One is Spring Web dependency, Data JPA dependency, MySQL connector dependency, and my Spring Boot starter test dependency that will come automatically for performing test cases. But all of you, here my requirement is as part of UI, I'm going to use JSP. So to work with JSP properly, so to convert the JSP code into supported servlet code, we need to work with some other extra dependencies. So what are those dependencies? So first of all, we need the dependency. I'm just going to get it from internet. Okay. So here, the first one is Tomcat embed Jasper dependency. This is the first one. Okay, so we need to get the Maven dependency. Get any version. Version is not a problem. Okay, so I'm just going to get this one and just keep in your current project. So I'm just going to keep here. So here version is not required. I'm just trying to remove it. Save the program. Perfect, right? And after that, one more dependency is required. That is JSTL dependency, because in my project I'm going to work with Spring supplied JSTL tag. So that's the reason I'm just going to add JSTL dependency. You can get any version, like for example 1.2. Better to get Java X dot servlet JSTL Maven dependency, and I'm trying to any version 1.2. Okay, so this copy this one, and you need to paste it into the dependency section of your pom.xml file. Perfect, right? So here also version is not required. Remove it. And one more thing, as per my requirement, to create UI pages using JSP, I want to use some bootstrap stuff. So that's the reason I'm just trying to get bootstrap 4th version dependency. Okay, so bootstrap 4 dependency, bootstrap 4 Maven dependency, and I'm just trying to get this one. Okay, Control C, paste here. So we added successfully all the dependencies, some external dependencies, only three. Okay, only three dependencies we required. One is Tomcat embedded Jasper, and other one is JSTL, and one more is Bootstrap dependency. Perfect, right? And we will, but we will enter into uh, creating these separate packages for every requirement. For example, if I want to create model part, for that I need separate package. So model, and if I want to create, sorry, not the class, one more package, new folder, and the folder name is repository, repository, and one more folder is service, and one more folder is controller. Okay, controller. All these are the required dependencies. So what we are doing in model, as I already told you, we just need to define the dependency in the form of Pojo class actually, right? So that's the reason I'm just going to write the Pojo class name. That is, if I want to store all the product information, I'm just trying to create one simple Pojo class with the name product. Okay. So here we need to specify one simple annotation, that is at the rate entity annotation, and table name is table name equal to products. Okay, products. We just need to import it. So the first one is entity annotation, that is in Java x.persistence package, and the table annotation also from Java x.persistence API. Okay, and after that we need to specify the uh, properties like private integer product ID, private string product name, and the last one is private. For every product there is some price, right? So here I just specified three properties. My requirement is I just want to store all this information into database, okay, with the help of JPA. So I'm just trying to generate some setters and getter methods on all these properties with the help of source option. Generate setters and getters, select all, and just click on generate method. See here, all the methods are generated successfully. And after that, my intention is I just want to generate the ID value automatically. That's the reason here I'm trying to work with one simple annotation, that is at the rate ID. And after that, the generated value, here we need to specify the generation type dot auto. Okay. We just need to import it, ID from Java X dot persistent, and generated value from Java X dot persistent, generation type. Okay. So here we need to write strategy. Strategy equal to generation type dot auto. Everything is perfect, right? And the product name, I just want to store it like column one with the help of one simple annotation, that is column one annotation name equal to product underscore name. And if it is price, we need to specify by just writing column one name equal to product price. Let it to take C as caps letter, imported from Java X persistent. So everything is perfect, right? So this is the way to implement one simple entity. So we already learned these things into Hibernate also, right? And after that, either in Hibernate or Spring to Hibernate communication, wherever we are following the same scenario, even though in Spring Boot also. And after that, quickly, I'm going to focus on repository. Very simple to create repository. As I already told you, we just need to create one simple interface. The name is product repository, product repository, and we need to extend this product repository from one of the predefined interface. The name is CRUD repository. Okay, CRUD repository. Yes, this is the okay. So here we need to pass as part of CRUD repository. So that is in org.springframework.data.repository. We need to pass two values. The first one is generic type. I mean, whatever the entity class you are using, you need to pass that entity class here, product, and the ID is nothing but the type of the entity primary key field. So here ID is in integer field, so that's the reason here I'm just trying to pass as integer. That's it. Two works, I mean to say two tasks are successfully completed. One is creating entity and one is creating a repository. And after that, we need to focus on one more part, that is service. Okay, service. So just right click on service, create one new interface, and the service name is product service. Just click on finish. So this service will help you to represent all the required methods. Okay. Here my requirement is actually I want to perform all the CRUD operations, right? I want to display all the products. I want to get the specific product information. I want to get, I mean, I want to delete. I want to update it. Okay. Every requirement I want to perform, right? So that's the reason I'm just going to specify the methods one by one, right? Okay. Just writing public. The type is list type. So bulk information, all are product type of information. Okay. Here the method name is get all products. Perfect, right? So we just need to import it, java.util package, and the product is from one more package. Okay. And one more method, that is public. Okay. Product type. The return type is product type. I just want to get some specific product information. Get product by ID. So here we just need to pass on ID information. And one more method is public void. I just want to add the product. Okay, add product method. And here I just want to add product information. And one more method is I just want to uh, add product and I just want to remove it actually. So for that reason, I'm just going to write delete product and the return type is void only. And here I just want to remove it based on the ID. Perfect, right? So we just need to specify all the required methods that you are going to perform. And what about this implementation? So for implementing this service properly, I'm just going to create one separate class and the name is product service implementation. Product service implementation. Okay. So here we need to write implement product service that is the interface, right? So we need to override all the methods. We need to write proper implementation here. So here we need to specify with one simple annotation, that is this one is the service and one more is I just want to perform some transaction management with the help of one simple annotation, that is TRANS. Okay. um, trans PTIONAL transactional annotation. Okay. So better to import these two annotations. One is service annotation and other one is transactional annotation from the Spring framework. Okay. And after that, here one more requirement is actually we need to perform all the CRUD operations, right? So that's the reason we need to bind this service to the repository. So that's the reason I'm just going to write private or otherwise directly you can specify the name of that repository, that is product repository, product repository, product repository. So we just need to import it where exactly it is available. So this is in some other different package. We need to auto-wide this information. That's the reason we need to write one simple annotation, that is @auto-while. Perfect, right? Everything is great. So now we need to focus on the logic. Okay, very simple. Here we can perform with some pre-defined methods actually. We no need to write any logic. So if you want to get all the products, we need to return, okay, the information that is the type is list type and the information is product type of information. Okay, product type of information, and here I'm going to write product repository dot find all method. That's enough. How simple it is, right? And after that, if you want to get only specific product information, then you just need to write return. Okay, uh, return product repository dot product repository dot find by ID. Here we need to pass the ID, and by using get method, we can able to get it. Okay. And in the same way, we just need to add all the products actually. Here also very simple. Here we don't need to return any value. Just we need to write a very simple method, that is product repository dot save method. Okay. Save the product, the object information. How simple it is. And the last one is we just need to delete all the information, right? So here I'm going to write, there is one predefined method available in repository, that is product repository dot delete. Okay, and we just need to pass the product, sorry, ID information. That's enough. Okay, product. Sorry, the method name is actually, we need to delete with specific ID, not the entire object, right? So delete by ID, and here we need to pass the ID information. Perfect, right? Everything is clear. That's it about the services. Up to now, three parts are successfully completed. Model part is completed, repository completed, service completed, and the last one is controller. We need to focus. So this one is the very important part. Okay. So we just need to focus on product, controller. Okay. Finish. And we need to specify with one simple annotation. So that is at the rate controller. And we need to specify the global path by just specifying request mapping slash product. Okay, we need to import these two annotations, okay, from the specified packages. Yes, right. So now what we need to do, so controller is nothing but, so it is going to communicate with the service, right? So what we need to do, we need to auto-wide the service. So for that, I'm just going to write auto-wide, and I'm just going to write the service name is product service, and the service name is product, right? Auto-wide, auto-wide, W is a small letter. And you need to import this annotation from the respective package and service also. So now we need to focus on the business. We need to be focused on some um, business logic methods actually with some uh, mappings actually, okay, with different parts. So first I'm going to specify one simple method, that is public. Here I just want to pass the result to model and view part, model and view object, and list, which is used to display all the product information. Okay, and import it. And here we need to write at the rate request mapping. So it need to redirect to the value is actually, value is slash list, product slash list. I mean to say, if you want to get all the products information. And here we need to specify the method name, that is method equal to request method dot, okay, get. Perfect, right? And in the list we need to return model and view logic. Okay, yeah, see here what we need to do here actually. So as part of model and view, so first we need to create object for model and view, model and view. Okay, so model equal to new model and view. Okay, here we need to pass uh, the list with some name actually. So product underscore list with some name. Okay, so this is the model part. We need to get it from the face. Okay, or we need to pass it to the view component. Okay, and here we need to write model dot add object, add object with some name. We need to add it. Okay, so the name is product list, and the, okay, product list, and here I'm going to specify. sorry. Before that, we just need to create, after creating object for model and view part, we need to return list of products information, right? So that's the reason I'm just trying to write list uh, product, okay, list of product, and the name is product list equal to, here we need to call the method from the service actually, okay? So product service dot get all products, okay, get all products, that's it. Now we need to pass this information, product list, product list, okay, and after that we need to return the model. This is the way to implement simple logic related to getting the entire product information, okay, and import the product also, right? Perfect. So one logic is successfully implemented, that is getting all the products, getting all the products from the service, I mean from the database. So, and one more business method I'm just going to implement it, okay? So that is used to display one form which is used to add all the products, okay? So public, here the return type is same thing, that is model and view. It need to redirect to one more view page, so that is add product. So here also we need to return null at present, and here request mapping, here we need to specify uh, the value is, okay, the value is the path of that one, okay. So here my intention is it need to be add product, because I'm trying to add the products, right? And method is request method dot request method dot get. Sounds good, right? So now here we need to create one simple object for model and view, okay. So for that reason I'm just going to write model and view. So would like model equal to new model and view. So we just created some object, right? So because here I just want to display with here we don't want to display with any information, because here we need to display with all the information. That's the reason here I just specified the name of that view component actually, okay. So model and view, and after that we need to create here what type of information we need to add, product information, right? So that's the reason we need to create object for product here, product equal to, okay, product equal to, we need to call the method from the service, that is product service dot add product, okay, add product. So in the add product we need to pass the information, that is product first, I mean we need to add the product information, right? Better to create product object properly. New product, okay, product equal to new product, and after that we need to add this information, model dot add object of. So what kind of object information we need to add? That is student, okay. uh, we need to specify with some name, that is student form, okay, student form, and here we need to pass the student object information, and after that we need to set the view name, so that is model dot model dot set view name. Okay, model dot set view name, and here I'm going to specify the form, that is product underscore form. That is the name, right? Product, sorry, it's not student form actually, it's a product form, right? Product form. Sounds good. Okay, so here also we need to pass product info. Okay, so now we need to return the model. This is the logic to display the page which is used to add the product actually. So one more logic also successfully, one more business method logic also completed successfully, right? And after that we need to focus on the exact add operation. Okay, so that's the reason here I'm just writing public, the return type is model and view add method. Okay, add method. So here, what kind of information we want to add? Okay, so for that we need to maintain some attribute information we need to add, right? So that's the reason here we need to take the support of one more annotation, that is model. Okay, model attribute. Okay, model attribute annotation. Okay, so in this model attribute annotation, we need to add the name of that attribute, that is product form. Perfect, right? And after that, what kind of information you want to add? That is product information. That is product information, right? So this is the way to write the logic. But here it is showing some. We need to import the annotation, and this is one more business method. Okay, so return return null information. Okay, yeah. So now here the point is actually we need to specify the path, right? So that's the reason here I'm just going to write at the rate request mapping value is add product. Okay, method is request method dot post. Request method dot post. Okay, so here we need to write proper logic. So very simple, we need to call the method which is in service, right? So that is product service dot add product. Okay, add product, and here we need to add the product information. That's it, very simple. And after adding the information, then we need to return one simple new model and view. Okay, return new model and view. Here we need to redirect to the page. Okay, return new model and view, and here we need to specify, we need to redirect to the redirect to product slash list. This is the path actually. Product slash list. Simple, right? Product slash list. So this part also completed successfully. And one more thing we need to focus, that is how to edit the information actually. Okay, how to edit the information. So for that, we just need to write one simple logic for editing, that is public model I'll do it one thing. Instead of writing the logic again and again, I'm just going to copy paste this information and paste here. And see here value is, instead of add product, here this is edit product. And in this edit product, we need to pass one more variable. So that is based on ID, it need to be deleted. Okay? Based on ID. And method is request method dot, okay, this one is get method. This one is get method. Perfect, right? And after that, the method name is public model and view. Instead of add, I'm going to write edit product. We need to pass the information. I mean, we need, instead of model variable, what we need to do, so here not the model attribute, we need to pass some path variable, right? So path variable. So what is the path variable? We just need to pass the ID information. Okay? The ID. So we need to be imported from the related package. And after that, we need to be we need to be create object for model and view. Model and view model equal to, okay, equal to new model and view. New model and view. Perfect, right? So after that, we need to create object for product. Product equal to, we need to call one simple uh, service, that is product service dot get product by ID with some ID information. This is the required method, right? And once it is getting actually, so we need to add it to the let me say model dot add object. The first one is we need to add the name is product form and the product information. Product information. And after that, we just need to set some view name, that is model dot set view name. Okay, set view name. So this is view only. We need to set model dot set view name. The view name is the form actually. I mean product form. Product form. Again, it need to open the same one that is used to add it. At the same time, the same thing we can use it for the edit point of view also. Okay, edit point of view also we are using the same information. And after that, we need to return model path. Okay, return model. So perfect, right? And the last one is we need to write logic for delete. Okay, so delete. Same thing, I'm just trying to copy it because based on the ID, I just want to delete it, right? Based on the ID, I just want to delete it. So copy it and I'm just trying to paste here. Request mapping value is, okay, value is, we need to be deleted, right? So for deleting that, I mean that one, we need to write one simple method, that is instead of edit product, we need to write slash delete product based on some ID. Okay, based on some ID. And after that, based on some ID. And method is same method, like request method dot get method. But when it comes to uh, method name, we just need to write the method name as um, delete product, or simply we can able to give it as delete. Okay, delete. And here we just need to pass the path variable, that is id. Okay, the type is integer id. And here we are not working on any updated, right? So that's the reason I'm just trying to remove all these things, and simply I'm just trying to call product service. Okay, product service dot, we need to call the method that is delete product based on some id. Okay, delete product based on some id. And after that we need to return, it need to be displayed once it is deleted. Actually it need to be stored into the same page. I mean it need to be stored into the same page. That's the reason I'm just going to redirect the model uh, with this statement: return new model and view, and it need to be redirected to product list page actually. Okay, so everything is perfect. Here semicolon is missing, that's the problem. This is the only way. We just need to spend a little bit time based on your requirement on controller logic. The remaining are very simple. Okay, so that's all about controller part. And model part is completed, repository completed, service part is completed, everything is completed. But here we just need to specify some extra configuration details. So in the resources, okay, in the resources application dot properties, here we need to write the first one is, generally when we are trying to run our application with the default port number of Tomcat, sometimes we'll get error. So that's the reason I'm just trying to change it. I just want to run it with the port number 2020. And in the same way, I just want to pass some database configuration information. Okay, database configuration information. So database configuration information is nothing but what driver we are using, or what um, class we are using. I mean to say URL we are using. And after that, what is the username, database username, what is the database password, all this information we need to pass it. Okay, how to pass it? Database credentials, very simple. By just passing spring dot data source dot, okay, spring dot data source dot url. To be frank, actually we can able to work with some supported connection poolings, but even I just want to pass some general information. So that's the reason spring dot data source dot url equal to, here we need to pass the url jdbc colon mysql colon double slash localhost colon 3306 is the port number slash, and prod dot info is the table, product info. In the same way, we need to pass username also, string dot data source dot username equal to root, by default username of MySQL database. And one more thing, spring dot data source dot password is equal to, so in my case the password is password actually. Okay, so these are the required information as part of database configuration. In the same way, we need to pass some JPA settings, which is used to perform DDL operations automatically, dialect properties, all these things. So that's the reason here I'm just going to pass. I just want to display all the queries of spring.jpa.showSQL equal to true. And in the same way, I just want to create the table automatically. So that's the reason spring.jpa.hibernate.ddl auto, also the value is updated. It will be created automatically if it is existed. Otherwise, if it is existed, it will be updated. Otherwise, it will be created new one. Okay. And spring.jpa dot, okay, properties dot Spring dot JPA dot properties dot Hibernate dot dialect. Okay, Hibernate dot dialect. So we need to pass the name, that is org dot Hibernate dot dialect dot MySQL version 8 dialect. Dialect. Okay, MySQL version 8 dialect. And after that, we need to specify the JSP. Still, we are not implemented, but even though when we are implementing JSP files, we need to specify those locations actually. I mean, location of JSP files. So where your files are available. Spring.mbc.view.prefix equal to, I'm just going to keep all my view components into views folder, and spring.mbc.view.suffix equal to .js. Simple, right? So after this one, so application that property is also successfully implemented. Now we need to focus on our JSP programs implementation. Okay. So now I'm just going to create JSP files. So for that, we need to create one simple folder in a SRC main folder with the name. Generally, the web application structure is nothing but it contains one folder with the name web app, right? So in the web app, again, I'm trying to create one more folder with the name views, because I just want to keep all my JSP files into views folder, right? I'm just trying to create JSP file here. So just click on next, and my JSP file name is student and this, sorry, product, right? So product underscore list. I just want to list all the products. Okay. So instead of implementing the code, I already implemented because some bootstrap stuff is required. Okay. So product list, copy this logic, and I'm just trying to save it. I mean, paste here because just for time saving process. Okay. So all of you see here, he is just trying to work with some supported bootstrap dependencies. Okay. 4.0 dependency and some tag-lib directives which are supported for Spring point of view. Okay. Can you please observe here? Here I just created one simple container with some table with the fields ID and product name, price, update, and delete. Okay. And here I just want to list all the product information, right? So that's the reason to get the product information one by one. Here I'm just trying to perform some C colon for each loop actually, which is used to get all the information. See here in the for each loop, as I already told you in the controller part, we just kept all the information to display all the product list into one name actually, that the name is actually product list. Okay. So here also we are just trying to get it with the help of product list and variable name. The object name is product. So by using this one, we are trying to get it the information one by one. Product ID, product name, price. Okay. And if you want to edit, you need to redirect it to this product slash edit product. Okay. And there, based on the product ID, you need to change it. And if you want to delete, so delete slash delete product is the URL, and there you need to pass the product ID information, and delete URL is there. So based on that, you need to delete it. And if you want to add any product, okay, so then add product URL is there. You just need to click on that button, so it will be redirected to this page. That's all about product list form page. In the same way, all of you, I'm just going to create one more view component, that is other JSP file. The JSP file name is product form page. Okay, product form page, and remove it. So I'm just going to keep product form I already implemented the logic. Very simple. It need to be displayed two text boxes. Okay, one is for entering product name and other one is entering product price. Okay, so all these are the supported tag lib directives and supported links actually. Bootstrap, I mean MDNs, uh, CDN links actually. And product, we need to add the product. So as I already told you, the required form for us is the model attribute is product form. So method equal post, action is add URL. Okay. So here we are just going to, in case of edit point of view or insert point of view, it's going to display the path is product ID and one more path is product name and one more path is product price. But product ID, we no need to enter it. It will be enter automatically because the primary key algorithm or generation type is uh, auto increment. Okay, so everything is perfect, right? So this is the way to implement one proper application with Spring Boot and JPA. Okay. For more clean separation, we just need to work with different packages. In real-time scenario also, we are following the same one. So we just need to create model separately, controller separately, service part, repository part. Okay. So very simple to perform any CRUD operation using Spring Boot and JPA, but only the business method we need to focus as per your requirement. You need to change it actually. Okay. So the application is implemented successfully. I hope everything is clear. But in MySQL database, you need to create one simple database name, that is create database product info, product info. Run. See that product info is successfully created. I'm just going to communicate with that product info database. Product info. Perfect, right? Now I'm going to run my application and can you please check it? As I already told you, this is the Spring Boot application. You don't need to run it with the help of server. You can able to run it as a general Java application. So here main method is there. I'm just trying to run it as a regular Java application with the support of run as Java application. And can you please check here? It is going to run. Okay. Better to extract this screen. Yeah. So everything is perfect. Okay. So now what we need to do, we need to open any browser. As I already told you, here we changed the Tomcat port number, right? So here I'm trying to run localhost 2022 product/list. So when I click on this button, so can you please check here? Your ID, product, name, price, update, delete, but proper structure is not showing properly because here some maybe the dependency version is not supporting form.xml. Here we specified some version, org bootstrap version actually, so that we need to check it. Web dependency as well as JPA dependency, MySQL connector, Tomcat embedded. Okay, along with this one actually, I just want to work with uh, bootstrap dependency. So better to take it as 4.0.0 because all those links are related to 4.0.0. So it's not supported to 4.1.3. Okay. So I'm just going to run this, relaunch this application one more time. Just click on here, relaunch. So now MySQL is going to run. Sorry, the server is going to start our application. Okay, so Tomcat is started successfully with the port number 2022 and open the browser and just how to create one simple Spring Boot application with the help of Spring Security. But before that, we just need to know what exactly Spring Security and how we are going to apply Spring Security in our Spring Boot application. So what does mean by authentication? what is mean by authorization, and what are the different techniques we are using for applying security for our enterprise applications. And after that, I'm just going to implement one simple Spring Boot with Spring Security application. Okay, so let's begin with our first concept, that is Spring Security Introduction. In simple words, Spring Security provides authentication and authorization to our application. I mean to say, generally what happens when we implement any web application, any enterprise application, basically there are two things are very important. One is authentication part. I mean to say that how the where the user is trying to log in with username and password, whether the credentials are valid or not, we need to check it first actually. So that part comes under authentication, and authorization is nothing but even though the user is logged in successfully with proper username and password, but in our application, if any specific resource is able to access by the user or not, that comes under authorization. So that's the reason here the entire concept I'm just going to simplify with only two terms, that is authentication and authorization. Applying security for our enterprise applications is nothing but we are just going to focus on authentication and authorization to our application. Okay, so web applications are susceptible to security threats and attacks as they are accessible by anyone using the internet. I mean to say, generally, what happened, whatever the applications we implemented, so those applications are generally able to access with the help of internet, right? But when we are trying to access those applications, so there may be lot of issues. I mean, so as part of security, there may be some security threats. There may be some attacks, like some brute force attacks. Okay, all these things are there. How to overcome all those problems? So those things are comes under string security point of view. And in the same way, when we are implementing some RESTful services, there may exist some REST endpoints having restricted access to specific users. I mean, for example, updating records or admin related operation. So based on the endpoint, we are just going to restrict the user. That, for example, if the endpoint is slash admin, then what happens? So there the user, I mean, where the admin can able to log in and admin can able to perform the operation. So if other than admin actually, so he may have some, I mean, he may don't have permission or privileges to access that resource. Okay. So there also, we are just going to apply, I mean, Spring Security may be applied with the help of this some Spring REST endpoints also. Okay. We can use Spring Security to secure URLs. Spring Security is a security framework that secures J2EE based enterprise application. So here our main agenda is applying security to application is nothing but there we are just going to focus on URLs actually. So on specific URLs with specific endpoint when the user is trying to access, whether those resources can able to access by the user or not. And even though the user is trying to access with some specific username and password, whether those are valid or not. Okay, so everywhere, I mean, in every corner, actually, we just need to apply security for our enterprise applications. So there we can able to, we are just going to apply some kind of powerful as well as customizable security features, especially for authentication and authorization point of view. Spring Security Framework supports wide range of authentication features, authentication models. So these models are either provided by third parties or framework itself. I mean to say, these models, some features are inbuilt features are there in Spring Security, and some are we are going to integrate with some other third parties actually. Okay, so we'll focus on what exactly these features coming slide. Okay, and the next point is what is mean by authentication. We already discussed about authentication, right? Authentication is nothing but what happened For any application, whether the user is trying to access with his username and password, we need to check whether whether the details are genuine or not, whether the username and password are valid username or valid password actually. Then only the user can able to access our application, right? So authentication is nothing but it's a simple term to refer the process of proving that some fact or some document is genuine or not. Okay. So this term is typically associated with proving a user's identity. Usually, a user proves their identity by providing their credentials. So authentication is simply meaning is that the user is going to prove his identity. So how we are going to identify, how we are going to recognize their identity? So just using their credentials actually. If they have valid username and they have valid password, then the user can able to access our application, right? If the user don't have valid username, valid password, he is unable to access our application. That's a simple one actually. So credentials is nothing but what happened as part of our application. We are, for every user, there may be some username and some password. The username and password combination is the most popular authentication mechanism. Am I right or not? Anything, for example, either any application, generally we are taking Facebook or Gmail, whatever it may be, when you are trying to access the application, you need to have some valid username and valid password, then only you can able to access the application, right? So that's the reason what I'm saying, username and password combination is the most popular authentication mechanism. And it is also known as password authentication. There is some other name also for this one. So that is password authentication. Example, if you, as I already told you, if you want to access any account or any website or a service provider such as Facebook, Gmail, okay. So if you want to access that one, you need to have some proper username and proper password. Then only you can able to access. If you enter a valid combination of these credentials, the service provider will allow you to continue. Alright, so if you enter proper username, proper password into Facebook, if you have account in Facebook, then only you can able to continue your. You can able to perform different actions in that application. Okay, so this is called authentication. Simple meaning is here we are just going to check the user's identity. Okay, user's identity. What is mean by authorization? It's a very simple. Authentication is nothing but it just depends on only identity of a user, right? But authorization, simple meaning is authorization is simply depends on the user privileges, user permissions actually. Whether the user can able to access a particular resource or not, that comes under authorization part. I mean to say, this is beside the authentication. Authorization is besides the authentication. For a simple application, authenticating user might be enough. Am I right, Sharma? But let's think about a big enterprise application. So there may be a different resources. There may be different roles in our application. So by using this authorization process, we are just going to give some specific roles to the users. So based on the roles only, he can able to access the specific resource. With simple authentication, we can't restrict logged in user as we don't have information about user privileges or permissions, right? Authentication is nothing but what happened. I mean, he's just trying to log in with his proper username, proper password, okay, combination of username and password. But we can't restrict with these details actually if the user is trying to access a particular resource. So we need to pass some privileges or permissions to the user. So we need to check whether the user having permissions to access that specific resource or not. Okay. I mean to say authorization helps to provide this information before the user tries to access a resource. So after the authentication, authorization will help you to perform different actions based on the privileges. Okay, whether the user can able to access specific resource or not. So that's the reason it is a process of access control deciding whether it allows a principal to perform um, an action. Okay, I mean to say either it may be admin, it may be user, leader, manager, contractor, or any anonymous user, etc. Okay, I mean to say, for example, assume that if you are taking any one simple scenario, that is customer care, okay, there one normal employee example, he just call center agent actually. So then what happened? The person, as a normal employee, he may have only limited permissions to carry out certain operations. Am I right or not? So we don't want to allow this employee to perform other operations. In the same way, for example, uh, some backend product manager is there, so he is just allowed to work only on the products. We don't allow product manager to change customer information or other information. The main duty of a backend product manager is he just need to work on only products actually. You don't have any permissions to change the customer information and orders information. But in case if e-commerce manager is there, he can work on both customers and orders information. But he can't change product information because his duty is different as a e-commerce manager. So system admin, then what happens? Admin, he have all the privileges, all the permissions actually. He can able to do all the operations. Okay. So that's a simple example. Okay. Um, that's it about authorization. After that, if we are trying to perform Spring security on our enterprise applications, what are the benefits? What are the advantages? So the first one is when we are trying to apply Spring security in our applications, then there is some extensible support for both authentication and authorization. Okay, and there we can able to protect against attacks like that, maybe some session fluctuations or uh, clickjacking or some attacks, whatever it is. Okay, and we can integrate the Spring security in a Spring MVC integration. Generally, what happened? All these enterprise applications are going to implement with the support of one design pattern, that is MVC design pattern, right? So when we are implementing MVC design pattern, there you can integrate Spring security also. Awesome feature, right? Ability to secure application against brute force attack. So there also some kind of brute force attacks also we can able to prevent it with the help of the Spring security feature, and portability also there, as well as we can able to protect from some CSRF attacks. A CSRF attacks is nothing but what happened. We are just going to generate for every user some separate token. When the user is trying to access our application, so then for every user, we are just going to mention some separate token. If the token is valid token, then only the user can able to access our application. Okay, so this facility also there as part of Spring security. Okay, there may be some Java configuration support with some uh, annotations, or there may be some XML files. We are just going to write some security related things actually. Okay, great. But here the point is actually, okay, we are ready to implement one Spring Boot web application in MVC design pattern, but we don't have any idea about how to apply Spring security, right? To be frank, to apply Spring security on your enterprise applications, there are different techniques out there. These all are comes under Spring security features. So there you can able to perform some basic authorization, or you can able to apply some single sign-on, or there may be some software localization or remember me feature, LDAP feature, JAS feature, web form authentication feature, digest access authentication feature, HTTP authorization feature. All these facilities are. So we'll focus on one by one what exactly it is. Assume that, for example, Authorization is nothing but we are just going to, uh, as I already told you, actually, authorization is nothing but we are just going to provide some privileges to the user. So based on that permission, based on that privileges, the user can able to access, right? I mean, this functionality is provided by Spring Security and allows the user to be authorized before accessing resources. Okay, so it enables developers to set access controls for resources. We are just going to set some access controls like whether this particular resource is accessed by admin or this particular resource is accessed by the user. All these permissions, we are just going to set it with the help of this rules actually. As a developer, we are just going to set it. As a developer, we are just going to enable to set access controls for resources. Okay. And one more feature is single sign on. Single, the meaning is single sign on is nothing but this feature allows a user to utilize a single account, okay, to utilize a single account to access different applications, okay, different applications, but single username, single password, he can able to access, okay. And one more point, software localization. The meaning of this one, software localization is nothing but this capability enables us to create user interfaces for applications in any language. Okay, localization is nothing but what happened. So we can able to implement enterprise applications with uh, different languages support. I mean to say the browser supported languages. Okay, and after that, I'm just going to focus on one more thing, that is what exactly remember me feature. With the help of HTTP cookies, Spring Security provides this capability. Okay, it remembers the users and prevents them from logging in from the same workstation until they log out. I mean to say, generally, what happened as a user when I'm trying to log in a Gmail, then it is going to ask. I mean, it's just going to get the username and password. After that, there is some feature uh, below the password option, that is with one checkbox, remember me. When I click on the checkbox, actually what happened, all my details are going to store into cookies, so that would help me when I'm trying to reconnect the application. The second time, you don't need to enter your credentials because already those credentials are stored into HTTP. And these credentials should be stored up to you logged out from your application and up to your browser history is going to delete. If the browser history is going to delete, then what happened? Obviously, the cookies also will deleted. So at that moment, this remember we feature is not working. But you can give this facility also as part of Spring Security. And one more feature is LDAP. What is mean by LDAP? Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. That is the full form of LDAP. So this is an open application protocol. So for that is useful for managing and interacting with dispersed directory information services over the internet protocol. Okay, like some it's just like I mean it's just like one simple protocol actually that will be help us to manage and interact with some dispersed directory information services over the internet protocol. Okay, and one more feature is JAS. What is mean by this? Java authentication and authorization service. Especially, we are going to use it in login module. So this is Java-based pluggable authentication module. It is supported by Spring Security's authentication process. Okay. So this feature also you can able to apply. Or web form authentication. Web form captures and authenticate user credentials from the web browser during this procedure. Okay, While we wish to build web form authentication, Spring Security supports it. So this is also same thing. Like by using this one also, actually we can able to capture and we can able to authenticate user credentials from the web browser actually. Okay, web form authentication. And one more feature is digest access authentication. The meaning is we can make the authentication procedure more secure with this functionality than with basic access authentication. So before delivering sensitive data over the network, so then it requests that the browser verify the user's identity as part of this direct access authentication. Or we can apply one more technique, that is HTTP authorization technique. What we can do use this technique using Apache and paths or regular expressions. Spring provides this functionality for HTTP authorization of web request URL. HTTP authorization is nothing but we are just going to, as I already told you, we are applying some endpoints actually. So we are just going to use some Apache and paths or regular expressions. So the Spring support this one also, this functionality also for HTTP authorization or web request URLs. Okay. But to be frank, instead of this, there are many uh, updated features are added to Spring Security 5.0 that like O authentication or reactive support, modernized password encoding, JWT, all these things are there actually. What we can do with the help of O authentication 2.0 login? This is one feature. I mean, same Spring Security feature allows the users to connect to the application using their current GitHub account or Google account or Facebook account, just like this actually. This deauthorization code grant defined in the O authentication 2.0 authentication framework that is used to implement this functionality. So generally what happens nowadays, most of the applications, they are not going to give the sign up page. They are directly, the user can able to directly log in into our application instead of sign up with his details. Simply he can able to just provide their credentials, like whatever the credential they are using for login with Gmail, logging with Facebook or GitHub, Twitter, whatever it may be. With those account details, the user can able to access our application also. So we just need to enable O authentication 2.0 feature in our application to access this feature. Okay. One more support is reactive support. Generally, what happened nowadays as a full stack developer, we are just going to integrate with our Java, with React, front end point of view, a Java with Angular, just like this, right? Spring Security 5.0 adds support for reactive programming and reactive web runtimes, as well as the ability to interact with Spring Web Flux. Okay, this support is also there. Or we are just going to use with one more technique, that is modernized password encoding. Spring Security 5.0 introduced the delegating password encoder, a new password encoder that is more current and solves all of the issues with the old encoder, no OP password encoder. I mean, instead of that, there are different modernized password encoding techniques are there. Okay, we are just introducing one simple technique, that is delegating password encoder. This is the new technique actually. Okay, with all these features actually, we can able to apply Spring Security on our applications. Okay, how simple it is. But I'm just going to apply at least one simple technique. To be frank, it's not possible to focus on all these techniques in a single video. Okay, that's the reason here in this video, I'm just going to focus on one simple technique, that is how to apply Spring Security on Spring Boot web applications. Okay, that's the reason I'm just going to implement one simple Spring Boot web application. So everyone knows The awesome ID to implement Spring Boot project is STSID, right? I mean Spring Tool Suite. So I'm just going to focus. I'm just trying to open that one. So that is there in my softwares folder. This is the tool STS Spring Tool Suite version 4. Okay, here launch it. Yeah. You just need to wait a few seconds. It's just going to load, and just click on just close this outline option. That's not required. So now what's our requirement? We just need to create one simple Spring Boot web project along with Spring Security. That's our main agenda, right? That's a very simple. For that, you just need to create one simple Spring Boot web application by just click on create new Spring starter project. And here you just need to pass the title for your application. Our application is Spring Boot Security Demo Application. And just choose the Gradle is Maven Gradle and version is 8. And I'm just going to give the package name as like com dot Spring Boot Security. Okay, and here description is I'm just going to apply demo project for Spring Boot security part. Okay, here I'm just going to give the package name as com dot Spring Boot Security. We just need to pass all these details, right? After that, just click on next button. Next, what's our next task? We just need to pass what are the required dependencies for your application development. So here my agenda is I'm just going to implement one simple web application, but just get the web dependency. I mean to say Spring Web dependency. And what my requirement is, I'm just going to work with a template engine that is Timeleaf. So I'm just going to take the support of this Timeleaf template engine. And in the same way, I just want to apply Spring Security. So we just need to take the support of one simple dependency, that is Spring Security dependency. So these three dependencies are enough. I'm just going to click on next button. I'm just going to click on finish button. All of you, can you please observe here on below of your STS ID screen, you will able to see one, I mean to say progress bar with some percentage. That indicates your application is going to build. Okay. So the building is completed 100%. The project is created successfully. Here you can able to see the structure. This is the prototype of your application, which contains SRC main server, SRC main resources, and uh, form.xml, right? First, we'll check it actually whether all the dependencies are added properly or not to our application. Okay. For that, we just need to click on form.xml. And can you please observe whether all the dependencies are added successfully or for applying Spring Security, one dependency is enough, that is Spring Boot Starter Security. If you want to apply Timeleaf template engine, one dependency is enough, that is Spring Boot Starter Timeleaf. If you want to apply web, then one dependency is enough, that is Spring Boot Starter Web. Okay, everything is perfect. Along with that, one dependency will come automatically, that is test dependency, right? Yeah, perfect. So now what's our next focus? Our next focus should be, I'm just going to implement one simple uh, template, one simple home page with the simple title. I'm just going to create other. Okay. So here, HTML. The title name is home.html. Perfect, right? So just click on next and finish. So to create a template engine with the support of Timeleaf, I'm just going to create one simple view page, right? So for that, we just need to enable template, right? So to enable template, we just need to take the support of some XML naming spaces. Okay, so here I already mentioned the required naming spaces. I'm just going to get it from here. Okay, just copy from here and just remove the statement and keep it here. Perfect, right? So only three XML naming spaces. That is, one is www.w3org, www.timeleaf.org, the websites, and as part of security, Timeleaf extra Spring security. Okay, and here I'm just going to keep the title, that is Spring security uh, application. Perfect, right? So in the body section, so what my intention is actually, so it just need to generate some simple message with H2. Welcome to Spring Boot security application. Spring Boot security application. Okay, perfect, right? So now after this, we just need to focus on one simple thing, that is, here I'm just trying to write some simple hyperlink. So the title, click hyperlink equal to. So here I'm just going to specify when the user is clicking on this link, actually he need to redirect it to um, this page actually. I mean, so this view, that is, I'm just going to specify the view name as uh, at the rate, okay, at the rate slash hello, okay, slash hello, but we just need to specify this hyperlink with the support of template naming, that is timeleaf support thref equal to, okay, uh, at the rate, there we need to specify uh, the view endpoint actually. Okay, so just click here. Okay, so after that, one simple message to generate message. I'm just, what my intention is actually, when the user is trying to log in with proper username and proper password, I just want to generate some welcome message to him. That is, for example, if the user is ABC, then we just need to pass some, hey, welcome ABC, or XYZ, welcome XYZ, just like this actually. Okay, so to generate simple message. So just close the paragraph. Everything is perfect, right? So I just implemented only one simple home page with one simple welcome message. That's it. So if you want, if the user able to see the message, then he need to redirect it to this hello. Then only he can able to see the message. But the user can able to access this message only if the user is valid user. If the user is having permissions, having privileges to access the particular resource. That's our main agenda. Okay, perfect. After this one, I'm just going to focus on uh, create one simple template with one more simple title. The title should be, I'm just going to implement one more HTML file with the support of Timeleaf template engine. The file name is hello.html. Okay. So here our main agenda is we need to display some message, right? So better to take this required naming spaces because we are working with Timeleaf template engine. So in the root tag, I just specified, and after that, our title should be Spring Boot Security. Okay, application. And in the body section, I'm just going to write one simple message, that is uh, welcome. Welcome Spring Boot folks. That's one simple message. I don't want to write any extra things. Okay, we'll change this message after whether the user is valid user or not invalid user. And if the user is valid user, after seeing the message, what the action we need to perform with, we will focus on later. Okay. After this one, this is enough actually. I just implemented one simple message actually. Okay. That is welcome Spring Boot folks. So now two resources are successfully implemented. Now we need to set up the Spring MVC view controller for home and hello views actually. There are two views, right? Along with these two views, actually in future I'm just going to implement the login page also. Okay, but for these two views, I'm just going to focus on the controller page actually. I mean to say we just need to set up one simple Spring MVC view controller for this home page as well as hello pages. Okay. So for this, I'm just going to create a simple MVC configuration file, new class. So here the name is um, I'm just going to see the name is MVC config. The title is MVC config. Click on finish. So this class is going to implement from one of the predefined uh, interface, that is web MVC configurer. Okay, after that we just need to import it, web MVC configurer. We just need to import it. Yes, perfect. Okay. After that, we need to take the support of one simple method to inform the view controllers. Okay, the method name is add view sorry controller. See there are two methods. One is add view controller with one object, that is view controller registry, or add view controller. So here we are just going to set it the view controller with the help of some registry objects. So that's the reason better to take the first one. Okay. And now I'm just going to write the logic, that is in case in add view controllers by using the object name, that is uh, in place of registry, I'm just going to keep this one as view. Object name is view. So view dot add view controller. Okay, so here we need to specify the string URL path. So here the path is in case if it is slash. Okay, or yeah, in case it is home, even though home page, then it needs to set view name. The name is home.html. In the same way, view dot add view controller. So here we need to specify, that is slash. Then also it need to redirect it to that view name, that is hello only. Sorry, home only. Perfect, right? And in case the view dot add view controller, the URL is like slash home, then what happened? We need to set the view name as sorry, view dot set add view controller. In case the controller path is slash hello, then we need to set it like set view name. The name is actually it just need to redirect it to hello page. Okay, perfect, right? And view dot add view controller. At present, I'm not implementing this template, but I'm just going to specify the path. That is, in case it is login, then the set view name should be login.html. But still, I have not implemented this page. Okay, perfect, right? So here we specified the we set up successfully Spring MVC view controller for every action. Okay, um, we are just going to implement from the web MVC configurer. So that is there is some add view controller method is there. By using that method, you could able to set it actually. Okay. So now what we need to do. So after specifying this one actually, so we just need to focus on the login page also. Okay. Um, like yeah. But here I forget one point, that is here we need to pass one simple annotation that it is to specify it as a configure. So that is configuration annotation. So we just need to get it from the context dot annotation configuration package. Perfect, right? So after that, after implementing this one, actually, we need to focus on. Now we need to, um, I mean to say, we just implemented hello.html, home.html, as well as we set it successfully MVC config file, right? So now we need to create one simple web security configuration file. So that is used to secure your application to access the HTTP endpoints by using the basic authentication. Okay. So that's the reason I'm just going to focus on your new class. The class name is web security config. Click on finish. We just need to extend from this class, we need to extend from web, okay, security configure adapter. There is some spelling mistake. Extends web MVC configurer adapter. Okay, sorry, web security, not MVC, web security configurer adapter. Perfect, right? So we just need to import it from the respective package. Perfect. But here we need to write the logic into one simple method. That is, we are just going to write the configure logic. So just take the support of configure. Okay, control space. You will get list of methods. Okay. So here I need some authentication. I mean, here I'm just going to specify the configuration with some HTTP security support. So just take the support of this one. And along with this one, actually, I just need one more method also to set uh, configure actually. So that is configure global. Okay, so by default it comes with, okay, or just take the support of config control space. See the authentication manager builder is there. So here also you can able to configure with the authentication manager. This is for authentication point of view. Okay, and now here we need to pass HTTP security with some endpoints. For that, what happened here, already HTTP object is there. We just need to write the logic with HTTP dot. Okay, so here we need to write authorize HTTP dot authorize request. Okay, authorize request dot. Here we need to pass and matches. So here we need to specify the and matches in case if the and matches or slash or in case slash home, then what happened? If it is slash or slash home, then it should be permit all actually. No issue, right? Dot any other request, I mean so any request dot authenticated, Okay, if any request is authenticated after that, so we just need to perform some other action, that is and dot form login. So here we need to pass the login page credentials with proper username and password. That's the reason I'm just going to pass some endpoint here, that is login. Okay, form login, so that it should be redirected to the login page. And after that, I'm just going to call one simple method, that is it should be permit all the so permit all. And so after that, we just need to log out, right? So we just need to pass log out, and this should be permit all. Okay, so log out, and after that, so we just need to pass permit all. We just need to click on semicolon, right? So up to this, we just specified the HTTP endpoints. Either it is // home, then what happened? It should be permit all. If it is any request, then we just need to be authenticated. It should be redirected to the login page, and there we, based on the authentication, it's just going to queue the page actually. But at the time of authenticating a user directly, here I'm just trying to pass some information, that is authentication dot in memory authentication process. In memory authentication, I'm just going to pass some details, that is with user. So here I'm just trying to pass the username as like some ABC, and the password is with some password like ABC123. Okay, ABC123 dot. Here I'm just going to set the role. If the user is user, then he can able to access it. He can able to access it actually. So we are just going to authenticate by just passing the information, what exactly the username, what exactly the password, from directly from the application. Because here I'm not working with any database, right? So that's the reason directly I'm trying to send the information related to username and password. Everything is perfect, right? So after that, our main intention is actually we need to create one simple HTML file that should be used to check whether the user is proper user or not proper. I mean, whether he is having proper credentials or not. We just need to check it, right? So here we need to focus on one more thing, that is we need to set two annotations, that here we need to specify it as we are focusing on security configuration by just using one simple annotation, that is configuration annotation. And after that, one more simple annotation, that is enable web security. Okay, with these two annotations, we are just going to provide the security. Okay, so enable web security, right? But we just need to pass this information. I mean, this method, instead of configure, I'm just going to authentication build manager. So here I'm just going to auto void @ auto void, and we just need to take the support of this annotation. What W is a small letter. We just need to auto void. Perfect, right? So after this, we implemented. Now our last focus is on we just need to create one more simple template, that should be login.template. So for creating login.template, we just need to create one more extra HTML file with the title login.html, right? So the same thing, instead of implementing this one manually, I just created, I mean to say, I already implemented this one. I'm just going to take the supporter from that page. Same thing, we just need to write some XML naming space. After that, we just need to design some form page with two fields. One is username and other one is password. Okay. So if the user is trying to log in with proper username and proper credentials, then he can able to access the message, welcome message. Otherwise, we just need to log out the, I mean, we just need to display some other information, that is the user is invalid. In case any error, if the user is unable to access, then we just need to generate invalid username and password actually. If the user is successfully able to access, then we need to generate, the user can able to uh, display one simple message, that is from the hello.html. At present, welcome to Spring Boot files are there. After seeing this welcome message, or after seeing some message, the user, we need to provide some other facility to the user that he can able to log out from our application. Okay, so that's the reason I already implemented the code for home.html instead of simple message. Along with the message, I'm just going to focus on logout portion also. So that's the reason I'm just going to focus on this one. Take the support of form. Okay, so h1, copy this one. I'm just going to enable this part into the home.html, especially in the body section. Okay, if the user is able to access this one, he's just going to see the message that is hello with the username. If the username is ABC, you can able to get that is hello ABC. If the username is XYZ, then he can get some message that is hello XYZ. Just like that, right? Okay. So after that, I'm just going to click on logout option. So based on that option, the user is going to sign off actually. That's our main agenda. Okay. So we implemented one template page for login.html and one template for hello.html, right? So after implementing these two pages, I'm just going to check the main file. I mean to say Spring Boot security demo application, so that it contains uh, Spring Boot security demo application dot class. Everything is perfect, right? So now what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to run this application. So, but the problem is when I'm trying to run this application here, maybe 8080 is giving some problem in my machine. So that's the reason I'm just trying to change the port number with the simple option that is server.port equal to 2022. Okay. Save this application with this port number that is 2022. After that, I'm just trying to run this application by just clicking on run as Java application. Okay. So when I click on uh, remind me later, and after that, I'm just trying to run this application. Okay. So now the application is started successfully with the port number 2022, right? This is the port number. So now we need to check it whether everything is working properly or not. We can able to access it or not. Okay. So that's the reason we just need to take the support of one browser. Okay. Just open Chrome, and after that specify the URL that is http colon double slash localhost 2022. See there, it's redirected to the page that is welcome to Spring Boot security application. Click here to generate message. Okay. But what happened when I click on this one, actually before generating the message, first it redirected to the login page with the username and password. Based on that, actually you can get some message related, some welcome message actually. Okay. So if the username is some XYZ, some DH something, password is also wrong password. When I click on login sign in button, actually, then what happened? It is showing that those are some invalid username and password. Actually, you are not the authorized user. Okay. So at that moment, what we need to do, I'm just going to log in with proper credentials. Actually, I mean to say, like username is ABC, password is ABC123. After that, I'm just trying to click on sign in. It's still in the same page actually, but it is not showing any error actually, right? So here some error is generated. So we need to check it. So what is the error? See, this is the problem actually. There is no password encoder mapped for the ID number. Okay. So what we need to do if this type of error is there actually. So the very simple actually, we just need to map with some password encoder. Okay. So to enable password encoder, what we need to do when we are trying to pass the user credentials with proper username and proper password, there we just need to specify at the time of password, we just need to write one simple loop. Okay. Loop ABC123 is the password. Save this one. And better to relaunch your application maximize the console. Just clear this console message. Now again, I'm trying to execute my application. Okay, so with slash, even slash or slash for both are redirected to same page actually. So that is welcome page. Okay, welcome to Spring Boot security application. So click here to generate message. I'm just trying to communicate with some wrong username and wrong password. Then when I click on sign in button, it is showing that invalid username and invalid password. So again, I'm just trying to log in with original username and original password. I mean, which we passed actually from our application. I'm just going to click on sign in button. See there, it is showing the information that hello ABC. And because the username is ABC, that's the reason it is showing one sample project on e-commerce platform. The application name is eShop, shop your favorite. So here we are going to implement this project using React.js, Spring Boot, and MySQL. So along with the React.js, I'm also going to use Redux framework also, Redux architecture. Okay. So what exactly the overview of this project? As usual, I'm going to say whatever the operations we can able to do in every e-commerce platform, the same thing we are going to do it. But here the application we implemented with the support of React.js, Redux, Spring Boot, and MySQL. So this is one simple open source e-commerce project. So that is developed using Spring Boot, React.js, and Redux. E-commerce is mainly used to buying and selling that is conducted in an online environment. Am I right, sir? So through an e-commerce website, there are many websites are there in the market like Flipkart, Amazon, Shopee. Just like that, here I'm just going to implement one sample application that is eShop. An application is nothing but it's a software program, so that is designed to accomplish one or more tasks in a particular software environment. I mean to say, whatever the operations we can able to perform in the e-commerce application, the same thing we can able to do it in our project also. So here also we implemented some shopping cart page where you can list out all the items and you can able to add the items to the cart as a user after login. And before login as a user, you need to register in our website. Okay, and you can able to check out all the, I mean, whatever the items are there in the cart page, you can able to check out. And this shopping cart will hold the items that are added until the payment is complete. So up to that, it's just going to maintain in the cart page. Or if the user is logged out, okay, then again from the login, you just need to select whatever the items you are required. So as a regular e-commerce application, so here also there are user registration pages there. I mean, user module is there. As part of user, the user can able to register in our application as well as user can able to sign in. And there is one more module that is order. The user is going to order different items. So for that, we just need to enable all the products items. Okay. And the same way, whatever the items which is selected by the user, we are going to maintain into cart section. So up to the user done payment or checkout, or the user is up to the logout. Okay. This is the overall agenda of this project. So project architecture, here we are going to use React. Okay. Along with the Redux architecture. So, but here I just mentioned some few components, that is router, components, uh, services. So as part of integrating services, either we can able to use Axios or HTTP library. When it comes to Spring Boot, controller layer, service layer, repository, or DAO layer, and it is going to communicate with the database. Okay. What are the required front-end tools and technologies? So, as part of front-end, we are going to work with React, modern JavaScript, ES6, Node.js, and NPM, VS Code in IDE. And after that, we are just going to create one sample application with the support of create React app CLI command line interface. Okay, with this support tool, we are just going to create one sample React application. And for material UI point of view, we are just going to work with Bootstrap 4.5 and Axios HTTP library. Okay. So server-side technology source Spring Boot 2 Plus, Spring Data JPA, Hibernate, build tool is Maven, and Java is JDK 1.8. So by default, web server will come, that is embedded Tomcat 8.5 version, MySQL database. So these are the required backend tools and technologies for our application development. Simple simple overview of React and Spring Boot. What is React generally? It's an open source JavaScript library for developing user interface in web application, right? React is developed and released by Facebook. React.js is a simple, feature-rich, component-based JavaScript library. So whatever the pages we are going to implement as part of our React application development, so all can be treated as a component. Spring Boot is nothing but it's a simple Spring module that provides the rapid application development feature to the Spring framework. Here also we are going to use Spring to implement applications, but we can simplify the application development with the support of Spring Boot. So Spring Boot is built on top of the Spring framework. Spring Boot can mainly use it to implement REST web services and microservices. Okay. So here we used some web services as part of our application development. Okay. So the main agenda of Spring Boot is it is purely to implement backend API, backend part, especially API services, web services, okay, with the help of Spring Boot. And we are going to implement the UI part with the help of React and Redux. And we are just going to integrate all these services into React, okay, into React. So this is the overall view of project. So after that, I'm just going to implement the project. So here I already implemented the project. So I'm just going to show you how the front end and how the back end look like. Okay, see here. Here our main agenda is we are just going to implement one simple application, that is eShop application, right? So here I just here I just given some title to my project. The project name is Shop Your Favorite. Okay. So here, as usual, regular application development when it comes to API part, generally we are just going to come up with what exactly the required entity classes into model package. And after that, we no need to perform the database CRUD operations. So that will be taken care by the repository. So that's the reason here we created one more package with the name repository. And to represent what are the services you are expecting that you are going to represent into service. And those services are going to implement with the help of one more package, that is service implementation. And in case any security is required, we are just going to specify the security and DTO part. First of all, DTO part. And after that, we are just going to write the business logic in controller package. And this is the web application. So that's the reason we just need to going to configure all our configuration part into configuration package. Okay, this is the structure as part of our application development. Okay, and so what about the external configuration if you want to share? So those you are going to keep it into application, I mean SRC main resources. Here, application dot properties. Okay, in case any common pages are there, we are just going to keep it into static and template, but there are no common pages. So here, whatever the pages we are just going to upload, those information is going to store into uploads folder. Okay, uploads folder. So that is into resources package. So now our first work is, so our main agenda is e-shop, right? So regular operations which we are going to perform in any e-commerce portal. So here, first of all, we need to come up with what exactly the required persistent classes or model classes. See there, here as per our requirement, so we just need to implement, okay, user Pojo class and role, whether the user is admin or user, and review if the user is trying to give some review about any project. So we just need to maintain the review information. And here the product name is perfumes. Okay, so that's the reason here perfume and product.java, whatever it may be. And if the user is trying to order any product, so we just need to maintain information into order. So these are the required persistent classes as part of our requirement. Okay. So when it comes to user.java, see here, here the required properties are, first one is ID and username and password and email address, and whether the user is active or inactive, what is the activation code, and what is the password reset code. Okay, and what are the roles of that user, and what are the perfumes list or products list, whatever. Okay, so these are the uh, I mean fields which we are using in our entity class. But here the beauty is, you no need to generate setters and getters. Can you please observe here? Here there are no setters and getters. Okay. So instead of setters and getters, so here we just come up with some dependencies. So the required dependencies as part of our application development are, first one is data JPA, because our agenda is we need to communicate with the database, and security dependency, and web dependency, and dev tools dependency, which will help you if any changes are there in your code, you don't need to start the server. The server will be started automatically. That is the benefit of dev tools dependency. As part of MySQL, the required dependency is MySQL connector Java. And this is the feature. This is the new dependency which we are using in our application. So that is Lombard. So the Lombard dependency, which will help us to generate getters and setters methods. Okay. I mean, instead of writing getters and setters method, we just need to write some annotations. So that is the benefit of Lombard actually. I mean, we no need to generate setters and getter methods. Okay. And after that, testing dependency and security dependency, as well as here our main agenda is we are going to communicate with the mail. So that's the reason some J2EE part, that is Java mail. So for that, one required dependency is mail dependency. And along with this, we need to communicate with the JAXB. So JAXB related dependencies like JAXB API, JAXB, JAXB implementation. And for every user, it is going to generate some token. Authentication point of view, here we use JWT. We need to add that dependency. And validation part, actually, we just added Java X.validation dependency. In the same way, Hibernate validator dependency. So these are the required dependencies as part of our application development. And required plugins are, one required plugin is related to Lombard plugin. Okay. and one more is Flyway Maven plugin. Okay, these are the required plugins. So here as part of user.java, here I'm not going to generate any setters and getter method. So instead of that, here we just implemented two annotations, that is at the rate getter, at the rate setter. Okay. And the remaining are as usual, at the rate entity, table name is user. Okay. And no arguments constructor, uh, equals and hash code of, we are just going to check with ID, username, activation code, and JSON ignore properties, that is Hibernate lazy initializer and handler. So this will help you to perform some lazy loadings. Okay. And here the thing is, we are just going to work with one predefined interface, that is user details, that is into uh, Spring core package. Like see there, org.springframework.security core.user credentials. So in this, there are some methods, because in this interface some methods are there, like get password, get username, is account non-expired, is account non-locked, is credentials non-expired, boolean is enabled. All these are the methods. So what we need to do as part of our user, and here we are going to apply some security concerns into user implementation. So that's the reason we need to implement our user defined class with this predefined interface. And here we need to override all the methods like get username, get password. Okay. Like um, is account non-expired, is account non-locked, is credentials non-expired, is enabled. Okay. And get password, get username, these are the methods. Okay. So one part is completed, that we successfully implemented user Ojo class, and after that we need to be focused on one more entity, that is role part. Okay. So here, when it comes to role point of view, again, one more predefined interface, that is used to, as part of security package, the name is granted authority. So there is one method, that is get authority method. So which will help you to recognize whether the person is user. I mean, whoever the end user is trying to register in our website, we can easily recognize whether the user is admin or user, actually. So that's the reason only two uh, fields are there. That is, one is user and the second one is admin. Okay. So and after that, we just need to focus on what are the products we are going to add to our application. See here. So here I'm just going to, I mean, one simple product like perfume. If you are trying to keep some list of perfumes, then uh, for every product there may be some ID and I mean the title of product and the name of the vendor and year, manufacturing year or country, and either this perfume is related to male point of view or female point of view. Okay. And some description about that information. Okay. All these are the related to some descriptions like fragrance, base notes, something, description, file name, and what exactly the file name of the product. Okay. We are just going to get all this information from, I mean, the file name, the product image or whatever it may be. We are just trying to get it from internet. And what is the price of that one? What is the value? And what is the type? And what are the list of reviews related to that project? Okay. So here we just need to write some annotations as part of our application development. As a regular annotations, like first we need to write entity, no need to generate getters and setters because Lombok will take care of that. Getter and setter, and no arguments constructor, and all arguments constructor. We no need to generate constructor, so this will be taken care by the Lombok. And equals and hash code, that ID and perfume, perfume title, perfume user price, And JSON ignore properties, or we are just going to write some Hibernate lazy initializer and handle. Okay. And here, if you want to generate ID value automatically, we just need to work with strategy that is auto. And so if the user is not able to pass the information related to ID, perfume title, then what happened? We just need to show the please fill the input title, or please fill the input field. Whatever the fields are into not blank. Okay. If those are in blank mode actually, so then what happened? We just need to specify the specific information. And year is this is the number field actually, so that's the reason we just need to pass not null. And country, here also not blank, not blank. So fill your input field. And for some description, there are different fields like top nodes, middle nodes. Okay, I mean related to some description about the product. Okay, and uh, description, file name, price point of view, not null. Okay, value not blank. For every field, there are some specific annotations which we need to apply as part of our POSO implementation or entity implementation. Okay, so we implemented user successfully, role successfully, and perfume successfully, right? Along with this, we need to implement one more POSO class, that is the name is order. Okay. So whatever the user is going to order, we need to maintain what exactly order ID and what are the total price, and so date, so when the order is raised, and what are the user details, like what are the user first name, last name, city, and address. Okay. And email address, phone number. We need to capture all the information of the end user. Okay. And for every user, we just need to maintain some index. Okay. So here, multiple orders are going to, I mean to say, there may be, for example, many orders. Okay. So we just need to work with one simple association type, that is many to many association. Okay. So that is list of product list or perfume list, and we need to maintain user information also. Okay. As usual, we generate some constructor, or you can able to generate, or you can able to write some I mean to say with the required fields, but I just want to pass only date, user, perfume list. So that's the reason here I just implemented one parameterized constructor with the user's information. So based on this user information, we are just going to recognize what exactly the date, I mean, in which date the user is ordered specific product, and user information, and what are the list of products he had. Okay. So here we don't need to generate any setters and getters, because there is entity, table, getter and setter, no arguments constructor, equals hash code, all these things. But here we just need to work with one simple association type, that is at the rate many to many, order column one, and many to many, that is fetch type eager. Okay, eager node. And after this one, we just need to focus on review part. So that's the reason I'm just going to focus on review. As part of review, for every review, there may be some ID, and there may be the name. Other is nothing but the end user, and what exactly is message, and the date. So when the review was posted. So we no need to generate setters and setters and getters methods. Okay, there is some data at the rate data, or at the rate getters and setter, whatever you can able to use it. All these annotations are related to Lombok. Okay, so those setters and getters will be recognized automatically. You no need to generate. Everything is perfect, right? So these are the required persistent classes. Entity classes as part of our requirement. So we successfully completed model part, and after that, we just need to focus on repository. So here the first one is user repository. If the user repository, we just extend from JPA repository. Okay, so there may be list of methods like find by username. If we are trying to pass any username, we can able to get user information or activation code, and find by email, find by password reset code if the user is trying to reset code. Okay, so these are the basic information related to user repository. And product repository or perfume repository, so extend from JPA repository. So we just able to find out the product, and whether the product is uh, based on male related perfume or female related perfume in order by price description. So this is the method. So based on your filter, you can able to list out the information. Okay. So here also find by user, find by perfume in our perfume gender or perfume by price description actually. Okay. And same thing, we just implemented 5 methods. Okay. And here also as part of review, so extend from JPA repository, and order point of view. So we just try to retrieve order information, order by the user. Okay, along with the order, you can able to get the user information that by whom the order is placed. Okay, so repository part is also completed, and after that, we just need to focus on DTO part. That is as part of different operations actually, like if the user is trying to perform some password reset. See that these are the fields like email, password, confirm password, all these things. And when it comes to perfume search filter DTO, as I already told you, user can able to filter the information either price or perfumes brand or genders, either male perfumes or female, or gender point of view or perfumes brands. Okay, and perfumer like brand name or any prices, whatever it may be. Okay. So, and after that, captcha point of view. So here, generally, when register point of view, we just implemented some captcha. User can able to fill some captcha. So that's the reason here I just come up with one DTO class, that is captcha response DTO is success. Okay. If it is success actually, then the user can able to register successfully. Okay. And authentication request DTO there by using email address and password. And after that, we just need to focus on service part. So in service part, in as part of user service, I'm just going to specify get one based on the ID, we need to get the user ID. Based on the email, we need to get the user. And we can able to list out all the users information. And we just able to list out the user information by using username and by using activation code. Okay, and uh, by using password reset code, and we are just going to save the information, add the user, activation user, send message, and send password reset code, password reset, user save method, update profile, add review to perfume. Okay, I mean to say these are all required methods which we are going to keep it into user service point of view. So we are just going to implement all these methods into the implementation practice, right? In the same way as part of perfume service, so there may be, we need to get it all the product or specific product or name of the product, okay, or price description or gender, okay, gender description with all these things. And we are just trying to save the information if any admin is trying to add any new product. In the same way, order service.java. So here also list of methods are there. Like we can able to find out all the orders. We are going to save the order, and we are going to find order based on the user. that if the user is trying to sign in, he can able to check his orders and we can able to post the order. Okay? Right. These are the services, and after that we need to focus on service implementation. So as part of service implementation, first of all, user service implementation. Okay. Like here, same methods, like we just need to take the support of user repository, and here we need to communicate with the mail. So that's the reason there we implemented one more class, that is mail sender. So with the help of Java mail sender, okay, this interface support and string username mail sender Java mail server. We just trying to communicate with Java mail server, that is email to subject message. Okay, what is the mail message from to subject text and send all this information. So now what happened in this user implementation, along with the user repository, the mail sender also required. So that's the reason here we just take the support of two um, interfaces, like one is user repository and the other one is mail sender. Okay? Mail sender. So in the mail sender class, uh, like there may be some password encoder for converting the password. I mean to say, generally what happens if the user is trying to sign up in our website, we are not going to maintain the same password, right? So that's the reason here we just use some encryption mechanisms, like with the support of password encoder, and we use the perfume repository and review repository. All this information based on the request, we are just going to use that one. Okay, like if the user is trying to get one or email, then we just need to call the specific method from the user repository. Okay, user repository dot find by email, user repository dot find all, user repository dot find by name, user repository dot find by activation code, password reset code. Okay, all this information as usual. Okay, if the user is null, then we need to throw some exception, that is user not found, or in case email is activated. Okay, if it is not null, then we just need to say email not, if email is not activated, then we just need to send some message that is email is not activated. Okay, yes, right. And after that, user repository dot find by email. Okay, and this is used to add the user based on its credentials. Okay, like either the user is active or not, roles, activation code, password, user repository. Okay, and the subset, we just need to write some business logic related to add user, and in the same way for password reset point of view, send the message point of view. Okay, uh, same thing for password reset point of view, activate user point of view, and void user saving point of view, with all the things like with his role. Okay, all this information, and update profile point of view, some business logic, add review. If the user is trying to review something about any product, we just need to come up with some business logic. Okay, this one actually. So here the thing is, as part of our application development, we just need to pass some email credentials also, that we just need to maintain some email, that where we are just, some admin email ID. But here I'm not trying to pass the information related to email. So that's the reason we are unable to execute the exact application. But if you are trying to come up with your own email ID and own password, you can just share this information in application.properties as part of admin mail. You can able to send the messages, and you can able to activate the user, you can able to perform the remaining operations. Okay, but at present, due to some security concerns, here I'm not sharing my credentials to you, but you just need to come up with your own credentials. I will show you where exactly we need to keep all this information. Okay, now, so we successfully implemented implementation part as part of user service implementation. Same way for perfume service implementation, like We just need to call with the help of perfume repository. Like if you want to get only specific information, you need to call perfume repository dot get one, find all, and if you want to list out all the products actually, then we need to write some business logic method. And as I already told you, based on the price description, based on the gender description, okay, or um, along with this some filters, we need to write the related business logic. And after that, how to save in case any product by ID. So, and after that, okay. So as an admin, you can able to perform admin operations. As a user, you can able to perform some general operations like how to order any item and how to add it to the cart and how to check out from the cart. And after this, there is one more class that is order service implementation part. Okay. So there we need to find out what exactly the order and from whom the order is raised. So that's the reason we need to work with order repository as well as user repository and mail sender class. So as part of order service implementation, we can able to find all the orders, and we are just saving the order information to the specific, uh, I mean, any specific order, or we are just going to bind all these orders into, I mean, if the user is trying to order multiple products, and we are just going to list out all the information of order with the help of users, okay, and post the order. So all these things, we just need to write some business logic. So here I already implemented the logic. So you just need to go through with this business logic, okay. And after the service implementation, we just need to focus on one more part, that is configuration, okay. Like as part of configuration, as I already told you, we need to encrypt the password, okay, and we need to send some mail configuration details and MBC configuration details. Okay, so that's the reason. First of all, when it comes to encryption configuration, so we are just trying to encode the password. For that, we are just trying to return the one class, that is decrypt password encoder with some number 8, that is the password is at least 8 characters, okay. And when it comes to mail configuration, so we just need to pass, that is what is the host, what is the username, what is the password, what is the port number, what is the protocol, okay, what is the authentication, whether you enable the uh, this properties into Google support or not, and debug point of view. And Java mail sender, we just need to pass all this information, that is host, part, username, password, uh, protocol, debug, authentication, all these things. Okay. And one more configuration is required, that is MBC configuration.java. So like web MBC configurer, upload path. Okay. So we are just going to get all the images actually, like add resource handler, that is from image, add resource location file, upload path. So that is into static directory, class path static, and add course mapping, like uh, we are just going to use some different methods as part of our requirement. We just need to configure all this information here. And web security point of view, web security configurer, web security configurer adapter. And here we are using JWT configurer, and there we just need to specify, that is, here we are using some CSFRF techniques, right? Like to handle this CSRF JWT mechanism, okay? Like CSRF disable session management, session creation policy, dot stateless, and authorize request, ant matches. So in the ant matches, we just need to send some APIs, I mean REST endpoints like API v1 REST, API v1 REST product, admin, registration, forgot, reset, activate, menu, cart, order, user, okay, static, activate, menu, all this information. We just need to set, I mean, we are just going to permit all these things actually as part of security concern, okay. And login, so this also going to permit all any request authenticated and apply with the help of JWT configure, okay. So now here after the configuration, can you please observe one more package, that is controller. Here we just need to come up with the different mechanisms like as part of registration. I mean, if the user is trying to register, then we just need to send some information like uh, REST template controller. The user is going to communicate with the get mapping, that is slash registration response entity. Request parameters, we just need to pass password to captcha response user, okay, and we just need to bind all these results, okay. If the password is not matching, so password confirmation cannot be empty, password do not match, or email error. In case if the user is trying to pass different information, okay, captcha is not settled properly, all these things. If the user is successfully settled, we just need to come up with user successfully activated, activation code not found, okay, this one. And as part of uh, order our user REST controller. So here what we need to do, we just need to use user service and order service, and here user slash edit in case if the user is trying to edit his information. So that's the reason here we use put mapping, okay, and user can able to get all the orders, user can able to review. So this the business logic related to that, okay. And after that, um, order REST controller, sorry, order REST controller. So here also API slash v1 slash REST is the root path. So from here the remaining endpoints, or in case if the user is trying to list out the order information, the user can able to find out, okay. Our user is trying to set some new order or finalize, okay, order list, that user can able to see all the list information. In the same way, menu REST controller, menu is nothing but list of information like with the help of perfume service, okay, like response entity based on search, based on gender, based on perfumer, I mean brand name. We are just going to give the list. And the main authentication REST controller. So we just need to come up with some mechanisms like JWT provider. As I already told you, as part of CSR tokens, we just worked with JWT mechanism. So you just need to insert all this information. So the token will be generated and along with the roles information. Actually. Okay, and admin REST controller, as in case if the admin part, okay. So upload path, if the user is trying to set some any new product, every information is generally go and store into the uploads actually. So that we already set it into the our SRC main resources, right? See, these are the related information. Okay. I mean, whatever the products which is uploaded by the admin. Okay. And part REST controller. So here, whatever the products are added, like global path is, I mean, global endpoint is API slash v1 slash REST, and based on the email, user can able to check it what how many products are added, and you can able to add some product to cart. You can able to remove also actually. So these are the related business logic regarding that. And controller utils.java. So here we just specified the information in case any errors. We just going to get those errors actually. Okay, and main REST controller, that is d1/rest with some base, I mean global endpoint. Okay, so we are just going to list out all the products. That's enough. These are the required controllers, logic, and we completed every part like configuration, controller, DTO, model, repository, security, service implementation. And this is the basic one that will become automatically with the main method, that is your allowing with our application name, that is shop your favorite application dot class. Okay, and if you want to send some external configuration related to your application, so then you need to come up with application dot properties. So here I just specified our data source URL is eShop, username root, password is root, database password, DDL auto update, and uh, flyway locations or something. I mean, this, if it is interacted with DB, this is required. Otherwise, forget about this. Server port is 2022, and if the admin is trying to upload, all these are going to store into uploads location, and our host is smtp dot gmail.com. Username is, this is my email ID, but here I'm not passing any password due to some security. 465 protocol is SMTPS. Authentication is true, enable also true, and captcha secret. Okay, and host name is localhost 3000. I mean, it is going to communicate with the front end part. JWT header secret. Okay, uh, some expire. I mean, so within this given time, it is going to expire. Okay, like this, we just need to pass all the external information. Okay, so that's all about backend part. Okay, so even we are not implemented all this code, but it's taking a lot of time, right? But don't worry, I'm just going to share the source code also with you. So you just need to analyze what exactly the business logic we implemented as part of our requirement. And after this, we need to focus on front end part actually. Okay, so front end part here we implemented with the support of React and Redux. Okay, React and Redux. So here, this are the structure like src package.json with all the required dependencies. See here, here the required modules are, see there, Axios, Bootstrap, prop types, React Bootstrap, React DOM, React Google reCAPTCHA, React input range, React list, React Redux, React router DOM, React scripts, React strap, Redux thing, styled components, web vitals, all these things, right? So now, can you please observe here in the SRC, as usual, the main component is the app.js component. Okay, so that is there into app.js. So here we are just trying to move to different pages. Can you please observe here, in case it is slash homepage slash login, the component name is login. In case registration, forgot password, reset code, reset password, activation code, login, menu component, product component, contacts component, account component, and we are just going to store the information like local storage dot get item of is logged in or not. Okay, order component, order finalized or not, admin is admin, add product. Okay, from the home component, and users, user ID, and we are just going to list out all the information, uh, edit information, and orders, whether the user can able to see orders information after they logged in. But before that, we just need to check it whether user is logged or not. If the user logged in, then only we can list out the information, right? Just like this, we just need to implement all these components. Okay, so here, can you please observe here, that is as part of this we just implemented before the components, like as part of cart separate folder, and in the cart.js we just implemented some logic related to cart. So what is the main agenda of cart? We are just going to maintain the list of orders information, right? So see there, delete from cart, okay, and uh, render page. So if the cart many items are there, we just need to list out all the items as well as total price, all this information, right? So this logic is related to that one. In case if the user don't want to continue with any product, he can able to remove the specific product. So this is the related code which is cart point of view, okay. And in the same way for every component like contacts point of view, we just trying to store some information related to our contact information, like what is the mobile number, email, and after that what are the working timings, okay, delivery, all these things as part of into contact component. In the same way, the logic of, in case the user is I mean we can come from the user registration. This is the first one actually. First the user is going to register. See there. Here we need to capture all the information like email address, username, password, confirm password, captcha value, validate email error, validate password error, validate repeat password error, okay. And we just need to write some method that is on click sign up. So we just need to pass all this information, okay. So in case any errors, we just need to display that information, and we capture all the information from body, okay. And after that we just need to call one simple method that is uh, I mean to say on change recaption handle input change. We just need to come up with all the values, and this is the form page design as part of our requirement, okay. So we need to ready with all the information actually, okay? We need to ready with all the information as part of registration.js. In the same way, if the user is trying to log in, then what happens? So we need to come up with the related information like what exactly the username, what exactly the password, all these things, right? See there, what is the activation code, email address, password, all these things, okay. uh, we need to come up with all these things, okay. Next after this, um, and there are a list of pages, like in case if it is home page, then what happens, we are just going to list out carousel image slider, slider branch, home page theme, slider codes, all this information we are just going to show it, okay. Forget password point of view, some business logic, okay. And edit user point of view, some business logic. Edit perfume list point of view, some logic, okay. Just like this, we need to write some different business logic. Edit perfume, contacts, card, perfume, registration, reset password, user edit profile, user list, user order list, all these things. But here this is the logic and the view component, right? And in the component page actually, like see there, here we specified all these are the components. These we are using as part of our application, that is in account navbar what exactly it need to display. See there, the account navbar we just need to show what exactly the navigation items, okay, like um, admin order, users or add, okay, based on the user login. The navigation need to be changed, that is it need to show some list of orders, change password, list of perfumes, add perfume, all list of all users, list of all others, just like this. Okay. And one more component is carousel image. I mean, carousel is nothing but which will automatically um, slides automatically. Okay. And after that, checkbox, checkbox radio, footer. I mean, the checkboxes will help you to click on captcha, getting the captcha information. Okay. And footer, homepage theme, menu cards, navbar, order table, pagination, perfume card item, perfume card slider. Okay, search form. I mean, user can able to search with different uh, searching and slider brands, pinner, toast. All these are the components actually. Okay, and when comes to, I mean, we just focused on what exactly uh, components as well as pages. So as part of this, we already focused on add product, product, cart, menu, all these things. These are comes under pages. Okay, and we are using I mean Redux architecture. So that's the reason here we are just going to write some what exactly action, what exactly the reducers. Okay, and what are the constants. Okay, like as part of here we are just going to specify admin reducer, that where exactly it is going to. So see there, perform whether perfume added success or not, or failure, or update success or not, update failure, user properly fetched or not, user fetched success or user fetched order success or not, all this information from the rest. Okay, authentication reducer and constant reducer and order reducer, perfume reducer, root reducer, user reducer. Like this, we need to implement all the reducers. And after this, we just need to focus on utils. Here we just specified all the information into actions type, like what exactly we are expecting, that is as part of fetching perfume, fetch perfume or fetch perfume by filter, gender, perfumer, card success, added to card success or not. So all these are the some constants, and as part of utils we are just specifying the what exactly the API base URL and what exactly the image URL. Okay, and these are some validation point of view. So those are the things we just need to specify in, as part of util. Okay, and we just need to focus on the actions actually. Reduces completed and actions or admin actions. What admin can able to do. Okay, like see there, as part of added success, update failure, whatever constant we specified, we just need to call every URL with the help of this API based URL. Okay, this is the REST endpoint admin slash and we used one library that name is Axios to call that uh, RESTful, I mean Spring Boot REST endpoints. Okay, just like this, we just need to write whatever your requirement is. Based on that, you just need to call the basic URL, and there we need to specify the endpoint. Okay, all these things you need to do it in the action. So there are many actions like admin action, authentication action, cart action, order action, perfume action, user action, all these things. So depends on your requirement, you need to perform different actions. Okay, and so here all the information is going to be interact with. I mean, in the app component. So from the app component, everything is going to rendered actually, right? So I mean to say now you have some idea about how to implement this one, but it is a little bit lengthy project. Okay, but I'm also going to share the code. You can just implement by your own. Okay, and now what we need to do is I'm just trying to run this application. So see here, first of all, before running the front end part, we just need to run. I mean, you just need to ready with all your services which are implemented by using Spring Boot. So the beauty of Spring Boot is you can able to run your Spring Boot project as a regular Java application by just click on run as Java application. See here. So our Spring Boot application is running, and our Spring Boot application started with the so it is going to run. See there, Tomcat initialized with the port number 2022, right? And see there, Tomcat started on port number 2022. Okay. So this path, as I already specified in the front end path, that is in util space when we specified the constant. Can you please observe in the constant section urls.js? So see that this is the image URL, this is the base URL 2022 API. This is the global path, that is API/v1/test. After that, based on different endpoint, it is going to perform the action. So there is no problem that all the APIs are working properly, right? So now I'm just going to run this front end part. So to run the front end part, you just need to open one new terminal, and you just need to come up with clear the screen and npm start. So our application is going to start, and we no need to open the browser. The browser will be opened automatically because React support. Okay, React supports yes, virtual DOM. So the page will be opened automatically. Okay. So here still it is loading, but here the problem is the different port number. Okay, 3001. As I already told you, here I'm not passing any credentials information, so that's the reason we are unable to see. So this is the page look like eShop, phone number. Okay, this is the footer part and social networks and list of the brands. You can able to see our application name is eShop, and here you can able to get all the items. And here you can, I mean, we are trying to get all this information from internet. So due to some internet speed, so it may be the image is not going to load, but can you please observe maybe some images are going to load. See there, when I'm trying to filter with any filter that is $15 to $25, it's just going to filter out actually. So if I'm just removing this one,